Hello. Good morning, everybody. Welcome you all to the 9th edition of Health Tech. So we will be, commencing with our opening session. We have with us Mr. Abhijit Banerjee, President Designate, the Bengal Chamber, and Head of On-site ASEAN and South Asia, Linde India Limited. Dr. Alok Roy, former President, the Bengal Chamber, Mr. Abhijit Majumdar, Chairperson, National Health Committee, the Bengal Chamber, and Chief Executive Officer, Apollo Multispeciality Hospitals Limited, Mr. Shantan Chatterjee, Co-Chairperson, Health Committee, the Bengal Chamber, and Partner, PwC, and Dr. Andrew Fleming, British Deputy High Commissioner to the in Kolkata. So I would request the dignitaries to please join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is being presented to you by the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry with Apollo Multispeciality Hospitals, along with knowledge partner PwC. We are delighted that Dr. Roy has joined us today because we started this initiative under his guidance and mentorship, and PwC has also been our knowledge partner throughout all the editions. So with this, I will take a minute to take have a photo opportunity of the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you. So with this, I would request Mr. Abhijit Banerjee, the President Designate of the Chamber, to please do the formal welcome address.
Dr. Andrew Fleming, Dr. Roy, Shantan, Abhijit, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to welcome all the distinguished guests here for the 9th edition of the Health Tech Summit organized by the BCCI. Over the last 8 editions, the Health Tech Summit has addressed various important trends which the healthcare industry is going through. Digital transformation in the new world, health for inclusive growth, making healthcare smarter with AI, quality care towards good health and well-being, and so on. Over the years, this platform has put forward opportunities of discussion which are meant for benefiting the professionals and service providers in this industry with the ultimate aim of providing better care to the patients. Today's mandate is both a challenge as well as a great promise. It's about responsible healthcare, making efficient with good governance. The healthcare segment in India is not just going through an evolution, it's going through a dramatic change, more like a technological renaissance. And the new era reimagines the patient not just as a recipient of care, but as a central heartbeat of a system that prioritizes well-being of all the citizens. Responsible healthcare is a holistic vision. It encompasses effectiveness, quality, equity, safety, extending far beyond the walls of a treatment room to provide ethical, affordable service for every citizen that also comes with accountability. Talking about accountability, I think it's pertinent to note that as we delve deeper into a digital world, the pillars of privacy and security have now become non-negotiable. Everyone is aware in India we have the DPDP Act of 2023. There are other initiatives also which are setting forward the architecture for this transformation. What is this for? It's a commitment to transparency, accountability, and good governance, and all these go a long way in fueling investor confidence. We've seen quite a big of surge in private equity in this segment, and it's not just passive capital, it's a strategic catalyst for the growth of this segment. It creates a virtuous cycle where digital intelligence and capital efficiency work together to create a positive ripple effect across the entire economy. To that end, our knowledge partner PwC will be releasing a thought paper today, Navigating Privacy and Protection in India's Healthcare Digital Frontier. This will, of course, be followed by brainstorming panel discussions on all these topics. Let us use this 9th edition to ensure that our technological prowess is always matched with our ethical responsibility. Together, we need to ensure that healthcare is not just made more efficient, but more humane. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. We would now request Dr. Alok Roy to please deliver the theme address.
Thanks. It's always a pleasure to be here in any Bengal Chamber function, not only as a past president, also as a somebody who is kind of keeping a track of where business is heading in this part of the world. This chamber has been around close to 200 years, and 200 years is a long time. And its legacy, the way it has contributed to the growth of business, has been huge, huge. The very fact that those who are sitting here most of them are leaders in their respective fields, says what I was saying just now. So we started this health tech. Can I have the first slide, please? We started health tech. She will change it. She will change it. Okay, I'll change. Okay, I can see it here also. All right. So the very fact the topic is responsible healthcare and is the topic. We are talking about technology, and why are we talking about responsible healthcare? Next slide. Go back. No, before, second slide. This is the second slide? Okay. The topic is responsible healthcare, creating efficient systems powered by strong governance. Today morning, when I was preparing the slide, my thought process, just aligning it. Then I said, let me make some slides. So I made few slides. Then I called my son, who's engineer and who's an MBA from INSEAD. And then I said, fill it up. Then he started laughing halfway through. He said, what are you writing? I haven't seen those machines. I said, once you have lived for 50 years in healthcare, then you have seen a lot. So creating efficient system powered by strong governance. So what about technology? Today, when you are going to the bank, I remember when I started my first hospital here, some 40 years back, BM Birla Hospital. My best friend was my bank manager because I used to go and meet him every day or every alternate day. I had to go and sit in his office and talk to him and then change some funds. And when I applied to a bank for applying loan, that time I asked for 2.5 crores, that I got some 21% interest. And it was very generous of him. It was 24, he brought it down 21. And I had to stand there in a queue and give so many papers, and giving money was unheard of. Today, you can sit in your office and transfer 5 crores online from a mobile phone. You don't have to even go and switch on your desk. You may have to do in a few tranches depending on your limits. Are we doing the same thing in health? Where have we lacked? Why the financial IT, information technology, has grown so much in any other sector but not in health? So let's walk through this. So which started as a peripheral, technology started as a peripheral, became supportive, became integral, became all pervasive, godlike. Now they want to replace doctors. It's a replacement tool or augmentation tool. And then what is the end point? Let's look at it a little more systematically. Next slide, please. Peripheral. I don't know whether many of you have seen these devices. There used to be dictaphone. we used to write there, and my secretary could never, she used to replay backward, forward. Typewriter was that you push one side, one wrong mistake, you have to put white fluid, push it back, again type. We saw this developing. Then a word processor came. Word processor screen was 1 finger long, that's all, this much. And Word used to run in that. You can see it, correct it, and type it. Then came the dictaphone, then the calculators were the very important. Next slide. Then came supportive. The computer was one floppy in of a program, one floppy with the data. And then it will analyze, show something on the screen. So when I asked my son today, have you seen that floppy driven computer? He said, I'm not that old. I said, no, you're just before you were born, I saw it. That's how technology was changing, very slowly, very slowly. And the printers were black and white. When the printers arrived, we were so happy. We used to hear that Rajiv Gandhi used to be our Prime Minister. And when he was flying, he had a word processor and he printed it in his flight, whatever he wanted to do. That was kind of a great information for us. When the Bluetooth came, technology, we were so excited by just hearing about Bluetooth. So that's how technology started coming in step by step. And then attendance, HMIS, they were all supportive. They did not make a great shake in healthcare treatment. Nothing changed. Next slide. We went to now it's a very integral part. The digitization happened. The medical records are all, we got a message from C that please get your medical records online, and all the doctors have to give their prescription, digital prescription, and patients have to know about their rates. It's all digital. HMIS is being used for data analysis, competence mapping, Internet of Things. Most of things are Internet. LMI system, lab management system, where all the reports are generated online. Patients have information coming. Today, a lot of hospitals here in this room are sending information to the patient that your appointment is booked on so and so date. Please come in. So that's how the technology is moving forward. Now, it has become all pervasive. There was a time we didn't have a receptionist in the hospital. I've seen it. There was a time when there was no accountant. There was one billing department, some corner. We never had a accounts officer. There was a time when the discharge summaries were not given typed. It was just handwritten, few lines, just few lines. See me on so and so date. From there, we have come to very all-pervasive digital technology. And that technology, which is all pervasive, what is it doing? How is it helping? Are we responsibly dealing with it? What are we doing with it? Let's see that where we have reached with technology. Next slide. Technology is using in diagnostics. So it's trying to replace us or augment us. I will not use word replacement that strongly as of now, but who knows? See, my son works in New Jersey, and he is the head of 4 hospitals of their critical care department. So if any patient comes with brain stroke or something, the AI filters it, and if there's a ischemic or it's hemorrhagic, it goes to every person in critical care on their mobile, WhatsApp, and to every neurophysician or neurosurgeon who is available there, and to the radiologist. It is all done by AI. If a patient comes, and all are linked, connected, if the bed is connected, the patient parameters are connected, all his data are connected and constantly being filtered. What a great step in right direction. Very right direction. AI in monitoring, I said, AI in analysis. We can analyze all our data whenever we want it. What kind of people are coming, what is the profile of patients coming in, what are the people who are using us, what age group, what do they require, where we should invest more, where we should not invest. Picking up a facility is not just because of my fancy, I wanted to buy a hospital. No. What population it serves and what kind of people are there. So when I am building a new hospital in Tartala, so I realized that our population of people who are above 60 is good 30-35% in Calcutta. So if I have to build a hospital, children don't need a hospital. There are very few children. The children falling sick is far, far less than old people falling sick. And children, if you give a small care here and there, they recover. Whereas the old people need a very, very focused care. So you need to think, what are we providing, and using technology, using analysis. And now AI is in surgery, robotics. It tells you how much you'll require, where patients are. So all those things. When the patient falls or something happens, the technology exists which tells you patient has fallen. You wear it in your hand, it tells you fallen, and it sends the messages to everybody. So that's how the technology is, all from being all pervasive, is also trying to help us in a big way. Next slide. Now, whose interest do we have at our heart? What Mr. President Designate said just now. Whose interest we have in our heart? What are we doing? We don't say don't pay money. Is it investors? Is it promoters? Doctors? Or patients? Where are we here? Why are we here for? We are here for patients. The only reason why we exist, because people need us. Next slide. So, if let's say how technology helps us in good governance. It's for investor with good governance, investor interest and promoter interest is normally tied to EBITDA, return on capital expenditure, expansions, P, growth, risk mitigation, and predictable decision making. That's where the technology is helping us mostly. When investment is made by a corporate sector, it's not that I don't want to run it down. I'm not criticizing them. I'm just presenting facts. That when investment is made, the returns are calculated. Of course, if you don't provide a good services, nobody will come to you. But how far you're thinking of patients, that's something we should not lose sight of. The purpose of seminars like this, when we started in 2008, was not to compete with each other in telling how good we are technologically wise. Or the purpose was not how to bring technology to the people in Calcutta or Eastern India. No. Purpose as a chamber was to philosophically, can we take a step back and see where we are heading with technology? And can we bring values into the usage of technology? See, there is no point. You all can be very rich. You all can have big houses. But at the end of the day, you will not be seen for your big houses. You will be seen by what values you have lived with in life. And that values which you live with will decide what legacy you have left behind. So when we have got a deputy commissioner here of Bangladesh, the first thing I asked, I'm so happy to see that new government has come, which is more friendly for each neighbors. It only helps. If you have a friendly neighbor, you have unfriendly neighbor. So what values we live with? So technology must build value inside. As President Designate said, last sentence, I loved him for that. That what human values they are bringing. Is technology bringing human value? That's important. Next slide. Making efficient with good governance is what is the patient interest and what is the doctor's interest. How do we bring those together? How does patient use technology when somebody gives his blood? Are we able to send him reports within 2 hours? Is it sent to him? When he doesn't pay money, we remind him 100 times or more. But when his blood doesn't reach here, do we tell him that sorry, the reports are getting delayed. How quickly we discharge him. What kind of medicines we use. How ethical we are in using antibiotics. Are we using antibiotics where I am getting cuts? Or I am using antibiotics. Is my microbiologist on board who tells me which antibiotic to use? We have to. Trust me, if we don't stand by that, if we don't stand by those value system using technology, today when the blood sample goes to when the tip of the catheter or whatever you send blood sample goes to the microbiology lab, everybody knows in the system which infection is going on and what antibiotic is received, which is the ideal. It's all available. Technology can pick it out. AI will tell you in 2 seconds that wrong antibiotics, correct it, this is the right dose, this is what you should be given. We need to somehow build in those values. If you follow good values, the outcome will be good in every possible manner. Your reputation, your money, you'll earn more money. We have seen, we have lived 50 years I am in healthcare. I have not seen a single doctor who was unfair and became very famous and had a good life. Doesn't exist. In the city I can quote hundreds such examples. And those who have lived with values are standing very, very tall and doing very well. Everybody respects them. So you may have a shortcuts. The purpose of this chamber, this attempt is not bringing technology here, telling you take a step back and see, philosophize it, think philosophically about it. Are we using good values with technology? That's the way we need to look at. Next slide. The compassion and integrity is most essential. There cannot be anything, there cannot be a technology. Today, fortunately, in our lifetime, we have seen from word processor to AI, how many people are so lucky? How many people have seen this the penetration of technology? Today, hospital is not just a clinician interaction. We have a receptionist, we have a IP specialist, we have OP specialist, we have a analyst, we have a procurement guy. They were non-existent. With technology, we are getting all those people. We should bring more compassion. We should bring more integrity. We should be more ethical. If the technology does not help us in becoming compassionate, full of integrity and ethical, that technology is not worth adopting. Reject it. And there is no replacement to self-reliant India. Atmanirbhar Bharat is the only answer. We cannot depend on any Tom, Dick and Harry, anybody in the world. We have to develop technology. I was so happy to see the AI summit happening in Delhi. I couldn't go for various reasons. But the future is here. Let me tell you, take pride in India. India is growing. Every sector is growing. Technology is growing. We will be the leader. We are the leader. And that's possible with technology. When I hear about a scammer sitting in some village in Bihar and scamming some idiot in USA, I feel angry because he should have done it with us. If he steals our money, I'm happy, at least my money. But stealing money in USA, I don't like it. But the very fact he can use technology, he's using for wrong purpose. But the very fact he can do that, that means that availability is in your hand. Use it rightly. Use it ethically. Use it with compassion. And let's win the world. Be the leader in true sense. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So every year when we plan what would be the focus areas of health tech, so we try and be as wider as possible every year with each edition. So this year we focused on technology and governance, and we are delighted that Dr. Roy has covered so much with with his experience and also brought in legacy aspect to it. So with this, we would request Mr. Abhijit Mojumdar, Chairperson of National Health Committee, the Bengal Chamber, and CEO of Apollo Multispecialty Hospitals Limited, to set the agenda for the day.
Distinguished dignitaries seated on the dais, distinguished dignitaries seated off the dais, and the delegates who are present here in this sunny morning at Kolkata, and wonderful and a welcome to you all. So, as we gather today, and the efforts put by the team of Bengal Chambers, first of all, as the chairperson for the Healthcare Committee, we would like to laud them for organizing such a conference with such an alacrity that we saw over a period of time. So the theme of the conference of this Health Tech Summit that we are organizing, and thanks to Sayantan for putting it together, is obviously the 9th edition of Healthcare Summit is to responsible healthcare, making it efficient with good governance. So we are stressing on multiple points. One is healthcare which is responsible, which is efficient, and with a good governance. So the focus is on those 3 points, and there's a vast, large points that will be deliberated over a period of time throughout the day today. Now, when we talk about healthcare and data that is driving today, and we keep hearing the words like artificial intelligence, machine learning, it is driven, as far as healthcare is concerned, on absolutely harping on 3 issues. One is the quality healthcare. Everywhere we talk about quality, and the by definition quality is quite vast, so I'm not getting into that. Second part is accessibility, and that's very vital for a country like India. And third point is affordability, and that's equally important for a country like us, which is vast. Overwhelming majority of population is harping on a quality healthcare as we develop to a stage of Viksit Bharat in 2047 that we are aiming at. Now, we also know health is a state subject, so a lot of discussions that will be hovering around throughout the day is specific significant steps taken by the various state government, and the state where we belong to has made significant strides on the age of healthcare as far as Bengal is concerned. So first, very briefly, I'll not take much time because the time would be of essence today, is basically the quality part of it. Huge revolution that is happening around the data, as the President designate has spoken about, initially touched upon, and Dr. Alok Roy, the past president for Bengal Chambers, has been spoken about, and Sayantan, who will be talking all through the day, and the other people present here. Now, there is a paradigm shift happening in terms of how data being used. So let me give an example. So the data that is being lauded today is a huge and zillion of data sitting together can give you a predictability of how disease is changing pattern. It can give you a new insight into a drug discovery. There are hospitals, I don't want to name here because we are standing on agnostic platform, which has done revolutionary work with the Microsoft collaboration on the cardiovascular risk code. So that means if we are in this part of the country and not from US, very different would be set of predictive risk score as a person here that we are standing, and that will tell the probability of having a heart attack for next 5 to 7 years time, which is very different than somebody who's sitting at Connecticut. So that is something data which is locally being used today. We also give an example that AI enablement that is happening in smaller procedures, which is of greater significance today, like endoscopy or bronchoscopy. It is helping us to pick up a problem or an ailment at much faster rate, much earlier than any other thing. Like if you want to pick up a lesion, many of the people here are nurses and doctors, or a small kind of a wound that can develop to a cancerous growth, it can give a predictive score. So we are talking at a very, very local and a smaller level, which has wide-phrased ramifications when you talk about 140 crore people or 800 plus crore population in the world today. So that's one part of it, the quality, what has been driven by data. Obviously, we are also driven by what is called accessibility, and that's very important. And I want to talk about sometime where we stand, we get a lot of things around and we tend not to value it as much as it should be. Telemedicine is something that everybody talks about. A revolution has been started by government of West Bengal today, and if any one of you go to Shastho Ingit, and we keep talking to the Principal Secretary Health, and we know the amount of work that is happening, you can Google your thing, that Shastho Ingit by government of West Bengal, initiative taken. Any part of any health dispensary across the state is connected. easier said than done. The architecture and the technical enablement that has happened around is novel and something we should be very proud about, like e-Sanjeevani created by the central government itself. So in our clusters, the brilliance is happening around, which is elevating the standard of care. Good work is done by people all around. Good work has to be spoken. It has to be lauded. But the journey has begun, and the journey will continue because it's so evolving. Science is not going to end in a day. Lastly, we are also going to talk about the data privacy, the Data Privacy Act, DPDP Act, which is extremely important. I know my health data sits somewhere in the server, which is maybe in the cloud, and we were discussing in the morning. But how that is being used, that would have to happen with my cognizance and with my affiliation, and that is very, very important, and that's why governance comes into place. While we know the data is very important to predict a disease, for a drug discovery, for efficient and affordable care that is to be driven in the days to come, it is also important that we create an enabling structure at different level, at the corporate level that we are working on, also at the level of the state and the government level that we would be taking part of to give our data and being cognizant of what we are giving and what ramifications we have in the days to come. So throughout the day, there will be several deliberations that are being happening here. PwC has been kind enough and put all their thoughts together to release a knowledge paper about navigating privacy and protection in India's healthcare digital frontier in today's summit. The amount of work that has been done today, I'm sure is going to be a kind of a revelation for all, that what we should know about as an individual and what it can transcend into when the data is being put into practice. There are several healthcare professionals who will be joining, including nurses, paramedics, doctors who are part of this conference today. And there will be another conference which is given very important, that is happening on digital transformation for responsible care and making healthcare efficient with good governments and higher investment. So again, I was taking governance is a huge issue that we're going to talk about, creating an enabling structure, the financing, what Dr. Alok Rai was talking about, and it is very important. That's why there is no credible healthcare model which is all pervasive, all winning anywhere. Somewhere in South Korea, maybe a primary healthcare model or a Cuba or a Brazil is successful. Nobody has been able to decode it perfectly. That's why it's an emerging science on which we have to work together. The idea of this conference is to stimulate thought, have some action paper and action points being driven, and that's what the healthcare committee is doing all through the day. It is only possible when everybody participates, and all of you are a torchbearer of this concept going forward as we step out of this room. And I'm sure we'll have a wonderful deliberation throughout the day, which will pave the way for a quality healthcare, which is affordable and accessible for you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson, for sharing the perspectives of both private sector and government sector in the endeavor of making healthcare for all. So I would now request Mr. Shantan Chatterjee, co-chairperson of Health National Committee, the Bengal Chamber, and partner PwC, to share the partner's address. We're heading the PwC at this time. Maybe going forward, we'll like to have where our co-chairperson had, and here to Shantan.
Thank you, Angana. Good morning to all of you. It's always a privilege, and that's what I was saying, that this is the 9th year, and it's an honor and privilege as PwC to be representing and being a partner. Now, what a partner means for a chamber is that where we are A, aligned with the vision, B, are in line with what we want to be speaking, and C, very importantly, being code-driven. And that's exactly what has been there, and thanks to the chamber. I'm not saying this because it's just for the heck of it, but really feel it. So when we talk about a partner's address, in fact, I was just trying to think, because all my dignitaries on the stage, they've spoken a lot in terms of what's the agenda about. In fact, and Dr. Roy for the passionate speech. I really like that, the way you put that in terms of what we are, where we are. So what I would like to maybe spend some time, and I know time is essence today, is like, as a partner, what we have been doing and what we have tried to do this year. So when you think about healthcare, we have evolved, we are evolving, right? From the first event we had to where we are, India has evolved. I remember one of the first sessions we did was on technology, we did on blockchain, AI. So what we have been doing as a chamber and along as a partner is moving with time, being relevant with what we are doing. And very importantly, because at a chamber, what we are supposed to be doing, we are supposed to be basically getting forums like this to put some thoughts for discussion. put ideas where we can co-think, co-create, co-relate, I would say. And that's what we have been doing, and that's where we have moved, I would say. So the theme of this year is in terms of being responsible in healthcare. So I'll have my fellow co-partner talk a lot about that in the subsequent sessions. But very importantly, as we think about today, the stage at which we are, India is growing and buzzing. It's not a jingoistic, I would say, passion that I'm saying, because here is where the action is, and we are all part of it. And healthcare, infrastructure, education at the heart and soul of every individual's ambition as we grow. So quality healthcare, as we say, is all about providing that care, not in where we are sitting, not in a metro city and saying, okay, this is what we get, but for each of my 1.5 billion, the responsibility that we have to create that ecosystem where healthcare becomes not just a luxury, but necessity, and maybe in some cases a right to get that. And how do we do that? Not just saying in pockets of, I would say, centers, pockets of care, I would say delivery places, but something which is known as breaking some of the boundaries of access, breaking some of the boundaries of equity. No, it's not a socialist speech that I'm getting, but how do I ensure that healthcare is accessible, equitable, and fair for each of my citizens? And that's where the vision is. That's been the vision of, which is driven by both at the center and the state and all the things that we have been talking about. And in doing so, there are few questions which come in mind. Equity does not mean that I basically overlook things in terms of the quality. I overlook things in terms of being, I would say, what are the privacy aspect to it, and most importantly, guardrailing the trust which each and every individual puts on a caregiver when he or she has that, I would say, God forbid, you're not required to have that incident, but that's what it is. Now what it means is when an individual puts that trust in a caregiver, how are we reposing that trust back? And trust is not in terms of just a very notional thing, but trust with his or her life, his or her, I would say in some cases, families, right? And very importantly, about the individual and about a life that I'm talking about. So it's much beyond if you were to think about it. And that is where some of the aspect that we'll be talking today is to say that as we grow, as we deliver this care, as we try to break the boundaries of equity and access, how are we being responsible in doing that? How do we ensure that when a person shares a data, and I'm using the word data now that is all over, how do we ensure that the person is safe to say, okay, fine, my data is not going to be used for anything else? How do I ensure that when I'm accessing a person's whatever records, the information that is passed, how is it we maintain that so-called privacy and secrecy? How do we ensure that the reason for what we are, when we are basically having that episode, is respected and not transcended? So these are all things which are not, it's not on the boundary of socialism as I'm saying, but the very heart of saying healthcare is about quality, healthcare is about equity, and very importantly about being responsible. And that is where the stage which we are. Because for any economy, any society to grow, healthcare for all is like a given. And for all means in terms of a responsible thing. And what is happening across, in fact, so Dr. Roy mentioned about the AI Summit. If you would have followed, healthcare was one of the prominent, I would say, showcase sectors there. So right from some of the innovations that were basically showcased there, and it was a very vibrant, I would say, atmosphere. Unfortunately, I could not be there, but I was keenly following it on social channels and on. So one of the key things was to say that how do we have some of the guardrails that are there? So there were standards, there were frameworks, both from again, in terms of now in AI, now there is any speech that you do where AI is not mentioned, is as saying, is this guy still talking in 2026 or talking about 2016? And that is the reality. So there were guardrails in terms of how data, how privacy would be basically be taken care of, and which is what our government and our regulators are doing. But what it also means for individuals is that the responsibility of ensuring those guardrails I mentioned is not only on the regulators. It's for each of us, right from a caregiver to an industry body, to a person who basically walks in, to know what are these, what do those means, and how is it being prevalent. Like the concept like data fiduciary, we'll talk about that, or in terms of the reason for accessing a data. So all those things have to be ingrained to a scenario where we say that that becomes a culture rather than a compliance. If you understand the two words, compliance or regulation always have a sort of a stick. Culture means something which is inherent in us. And that is what really we need to be driving, where anything in terms of respecting, being responsible becomes part of our culture. And I'm all talking about healthcare. There's nothing beyond that I'm talking about. Becomes part of our culture of how we look at it. Not just something which is, oh, there is a compliance, there is a rule, there's an act, that hence I need to be doing that. The day we start thinking and transcending is where the real movement happens. And trust me, it is happening, it will happen. I have full confidence. And obviously all the things that we have enabling is towards that. So that's what I would say. Again, not taking too much of thunder for some sessions to follow. But as we move ahead, again, I'm reiterating and placing thanks to the Chamber for having us as partners, and for all of you who are there in the room for trusting and being part of this co-shared vision. Thank you. Good morning again. Thank you.
Thank you, Shantan. We had actually, a brainstorming meeting with Shantan, and followed by a few more meetings with him and his colleagues, that what should be the theme this year. And we are happy that we have come up with an important theme. So now I would request Dr. Andrew Fleming, British Deputy High Commissioner, to please share his address on UK and the opportunities in health tech.
Just about. Namaskar. Good morning, fellow dignitaries on the dais, others off, and all delegates and friends. It's really a pleasure to have a chance to speak to you today about UK-India opportunities in health tech, a sector that I think perfectly captures the ambition of our partnership as we look ahead to delivery of UK-India Vision 2035. And for anyone who doesn't know, this is a document that was signed by our respective Prime Ministers in July last year, on the same day as they signed our free trade agreement. And I commend you all to read it online at your leisure, but in essence, it represents deeper economic integration, shared innovation, and growth that delivers real public benefit. Some of you know that I've been in India now for more than 8 years, and the first 5 of those years I was in Hyderabad. And when I arrived in Hyderabad, I knew nothing about health tech, healthcare, anything. But that city is one that really taught me a lot, and the gentleman next to me from Apollo Hospitals is definitely one of those places that I spent a lot of time. We did a lot of collaboration. Apollo were a big investor in the UK over time. Equally, they did a lot of work with companies from the UK that could add value to their work in Hyderabad, in Chennai, and of course in their other hospitals across India, including here in Kolkata. So I'm not an expert, but definitely it's one of the sectors I feel I know a little bit about. So it's a little bit sad that since I've been in Calcutta, if I'm honest, we haven't done too much on healthcare, but I'm definitely planning to change that. I'm definitely planning to bring some of my colleagues from the Department of Business and Trade to work here and do some roundtables and discussions, and we hope to engage some of you. And the reason for that is that if we look ahead to 2047 and the ambitions of the Visket Bharat mission. This is a sector that must grow across East and Northeast India exponentially if that vision is going to be achieved. Healthcare as a sector is where strategy meets humanity. Across both our countries, healthcare systems face similar pressures: aging population, rising chronic disease, workforce constraints, and the need to deliver outcomes at sustainable cost. Technology is no longer an optional enhancement. It is absolutely central to how modern healthcare must and will function. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is precisely where the UK and India come together so naturally. UK-India trade now approaches $56 billion annually, increasingly driven by knowledge sectors, life sciences, digital services, AI, and advanced healthcare innovation. And the free trade agreement between our respective nations will drive these figures even higher once it comes into force later this year. Under our shared vision, both governments have identified innovation-led growth, clean technology, and future services as pillars of cooperation. Health tech sits squarely at the intersection of all three. The UK's industrial strategy places strong emphasis on life sciences, AI, and data-driven public services. Through the National Health Service, the UK offers something globally unique: a trusted, regulated clinical environment capable of validating innovation at national scale. Strength in regulation, clinical trials, and data governance means technologies developed or tested in the UK carry true international credibility. India, meanwhile, offers something equally powerful: scale, speed, and affordability. A rapidly expanding hospital sector, world-leading digital public infrastructure, and an energetic startup ecosystem make India an ideal environment to deploy innovation across large and diverse populations. Put simply, the UK helps prove what works. India helps scale what matters. This complementary matching is already very visible in practice. In digital health and precision medicine, the University of Leicester has partnered with Apollo Hospitals and Apollo University to establish a Centre for Digital Health and Precision Medicine. The collaboration focuses on AI-embedded disease prediction, cardiovascular care, and multi-morbidity challenges shared across both countries. Research validated through UK clinical expertise can then be refined and deployed at Indian population scale, accelerating innovation cycles dramatically. And a second area I want to highlight is commercialization. UK-India health tech accelerators and boot camps are connecting Indian innovators directly with the National Health Service, clinicians, and buyers. And this move is collaboration beyond dialogue into adoption, ensuring innovation reaches patients faster while opening pathways for co-development and co-export in global markets. And the third area, remote patient monitoring and step-down care, an area that will redefine healthcare delivery over the next decade. UK company Essensis, working with Manipal hospitals, demonstrates how wearable sensors, analytics, and real-time monitoring can support earlier clinical intervention, safer discharge, and continuity of care beyond hospital walls. This model is perfectly relevant as both countries shift towards community-based and home-centered healthcare. But to fully understand the opportunity, we must also look regionally. And here, Eastern India and West Bengal have an important role to play. Kolkata and the wider eastern and northeastern region are emerging as significant centers for digital capability, analytics, and healthcare delivery. Strong academic institutions, expanding private healthcare networks, and growing technology talent create the foundations for health tech innovation hubs. As connectivity improves across eastern India and into neighboring markets, the region is well placed to become a gateway for scalable healthcare solutions serving not only India but South and indeed Southeast Asia. For the UK, this aligns closely with our regional engagement, deepening partnerships beyond traditional metros and supporting innovation ecosystems that reflect India's full economic geography. Healthcare collaboration also supports wider objectives under Vision 2035. Skills exchange, clinician mobility, research partnerships, and trusted innovation standards. It strengthens supply chains, supports startups, and creates high-quality jobs in both our countries. So looking ahead, particularly alongside the evolving free trade agreement, healthcare stands out as one of the strongest opportunities for co-development, co-validation, and co-export. The real prize is not simply bilateral trade, it is joint leadership in creating healthcare solutions that are clinically trusted, affordable, and globally scalable. Because ultimately the UK-India partnership in healthcare is about more than technology. It is about designing healthcare systems that are more preventive, more personalized, and more accessible. Systems capable of meeting the needs of the 21st century. If Vision 2035 is about shaping the future, then healthcare is one of the clearest examples of how we can do exactly that. Innovate together, validate together, scale together, improving lives not only in the UK and India, but far, far beyond. Dhanyabad.
Thank you, Dr. Fleming. So we would now release the thought paper by PwC. It's Navigating Privacy and Protection in India's Healthcare Digital Frontier. So I would request the dignitaries on the dais to please formally release the thought paper. The thought paper, the digital version of the thought paper will be available in our website. Our colleagues at the Bengal Chamber will share the link with all the registered participants. You will get to know what is there in the thought paper. Mr. Vikramjit Singh, partner PwC, will make a presentation on the thought paper in just the next session. And with this, I would request our President Designate to please present token of our appreciation to Dr. Fleming. So, thank you. We will move on to the next session. and we will just take maybe a couple of minutes to do the changeover. As I mentioned, this program is being presented to you by the Bengal Chamber and co-organized with Apollo Multispeciality Hospitals, Knowledge Partner PwC, Incubation Partner Webel BCCNI Tech Incubation Center, Gold Partner Linde India Limited, Bronze Partners Peerless Hospital, RG Stone Urology and Laparoscopic Hospital, supported by HP Ghosh Hospital, Narayana Health, Ruby General Hospital, Set V Global and Woodlands Hospital, with best compliments from Mr. Prakash Guha, who's the member of Biotech and Pharma National Committee of the Bengal Chamber. Ladies and gentlemen, you are requested to kindly be seated. Mr. Vikramjit Singh, partner PwC, will make the presentation on the thought paper, Navigating Privacy and Protection in India's Healthcare Digital Frontier. And the digital copy of the thought paper will be available in our website. Shorbani and the team working behind this program will be emailing to all registered participants from where you can download the thought paper. In couple of minutes time, we'll be, commencing the session, the presentation on the thought paper by Mr. Vikram Singh.
Next. Okay. Sure. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for taking a bit of time on this one. And continuing on very passionate thoughts that shared by multiple dignitaries which were there on the stage a few minutes back. Continuing as the theme, responsible healthcare. And what I will try to share through maybe next 15-20 minutes is a important part of this overall concept, responsible healthcare, from a privacy angle perspective. And before I get into the slides, maybe you can get rid of photo. Okay. Before I get into the slides, privacy as a concept is not really an alien to all of us. We need to experience it on everyday basis. And I would highlight or want to highlight two, you can call it ends of the continuum or aspects from privacy. We spoke about, Sayantan spoke about 1.5 billion, all of us citizens of India. So the act or whatever we need to do from privacy perspective also impacts us as individuals. And then, of course, we represent some businesses or organizations. So the organizations hold some responsibility. So there are a few things which need to be done from an organization perspective. And as in both end of the spectrum, and we used the word culture also. So while we are a beneficiary of the act as 1.5 and me included, every one of us included are beneficiary of the act eventually. But then responsible organizations, if they bring it in stride, not just as a compliance, but as a culture, as Sayantan highlighted, we would bring a big change. And we use a term called trust. And trust is a very important item. And what I can tell you, enough research material available. If everything else is equal, we have an organization which is able to demonstrate by day-to-day operations or day-to-day practices that they care of their consumers or their human interaction points data better. They respect their privacy. People would want to go take services or goods from that organization, and which is very clearly experienced by all of us. As in, if you look at Apple versus Android, from a feature set perspective or tech capabilities perspective, we may have multiple other options available in Android ecosystem, but we place much higher, or we pay much higher to buy an iPhone because we believe privacy is better there. And this is not really a topic which is very far off. You go to any of the large, let's call it a social media or big tech players, you start looking at their balance sheets. One big item is revenue of stream coming from ad revenue. And if you examine it closely, there's an adage which goes like, if a service is free, you're the product. And they have leveraged all of us, not just 1.5 billion, but then 7 billion population, or maybe 4.55 billion population, which is on internet today, which leverages services from Meta or other world majors, tech majors. So they collect data on us, and then we get pointed ads, as in, please don't get surprised. You do a search on a website, and then you go anywhere, the same ads are following you. So it is pointed ads coming to you. So that's one aspect, but then how do we go about and how do we really map it to our environment and our industries, what we are trying to touch base here. I know that we have not really baked in time for Q&A, but then I'll remain here, happy to address any questions, observations, or even thoughts that you have to share. So we'll be very happy to deliberate further on this. I'll go through these slides quickly and hope they are useful. And once again, as Sayantan highlighted, thanks for the chamber to enabling this opportunity, and privilege and honor to be here sharing these thoughts with you. Okay, so if you look at digitization, I think almost every speaker spoke about it, as in the previous sessions. What we are seeing, why this topic matters to us. Rapid digitization is happening, and the way we treat, way we serve our not just patients, as in other people who are taking healthcare services, it is changing rapidly, very, very rapidly. Explosion of health data and generation, we are talking about wearables, and they are generating this data on 24/7 basis. And these are not really lifestyle wearables. Now we have some wearables which are quote unquote medical wearables also. They generate a lot of data, so we need to maybe think about that. Rising cyber threats, and healthcare as an industry, not just in India, globally also, would remain a target. As in, very clearly, a target is always about what is there to gain. And from that data perspective, the hackers, if they can really arm twist an organization and get a ransom out, that's what they would want to target. And then unfortunately, this industry has remained under attack, and I don't think that pattern is going to change. And regulatory focus. In fact, we will try to touch, of course, DPDPA is there. DPDPA is Digital Personal Data Protection Act. The act was really, from bill to act, it was passed in a couple of years back. But then the rules were released in November 2025, and from that point, government has given about 18 months to comply. So May 27 is the date when this would really become enforced law. In every organization need to demonstrate that they are doing things right. So the regulator focus is what I'm referring to here. Okay, and touching some more on the digital shift. And if you look at, I won't really go through all of these pointers, but then I'm sure all of you relate to them. We experience them everyday basis, whether it is about smart devices, AI-driven decision making, and lots of us as in speakers spoke about AI-driven decision making, which is a great help. But then the models, as we say, underlying LLM, could be sitting anywhere. Do we have control on, if we leverage a model, where the data is landing? Who would have access to the data? Those are the concerns that we may want to really think about. Wearable, I spoke, predictive health analytics, and this could be huge, is in benefit to patients or people who are not patient today but may develop something down the line. But then once again, that data needs to be contained. How it needs to be leveraged needs to be thought through. So those are things that we may want to worry. Telemedicine and virtual care, excellent and needed, as in from the vast and scale of our country and the kind of multi-ethnicity and multi kind of economic backgrounds that we have. We need telemedicine or those kind of scenarios to be made available. But then once again, do we need to be careful on how do we interact? The patient or the person is not interacting with someone who is not actually who he or she is claiming to be. How do we really bring those kind of pointers? Those are thoughts that we need to think through. Mobile health apps, as in the apps we know there are fake apps available on various Google Store, etc. How do we ensure that the right app is being used? As in these are interaction points. The big or small of this is these are interaction points. They are exploding. They are not really increasing. And when we think through privacy or safeguarding patient or all interaction, in fact, we use a word from a privacy principles perspective, data principle, which is every human individual. So when we are creating processes, we need to think through all of these. Now, moving on, the foundation of trust is, and if you look at it, when we are especially talking about in healthcare and industry, why, if we want to go after the big picture question, why do we want to do it? Empower patients with data control. So look, the basic premise or tenet from a privacy is we want to empower an individual, and which is all of us, but then all interactions point which we have from a healthcare perspective, they should be able to decide what interactions do we have. And I don't really want to get into too much of specifics of the act, but then we use two keywords there. When we are taking consent, and I have a bit of information on consent, we want to be explicit and specific. And if I were to dwell on those two keywords, explicit is a reference of I want to be very sure what data points I'm acquiring of an individual. And it should not be random, as in, a typical interaction point we would have experienced. A loan agent comes in and they are very random. Okay, give me 3 address proofs, 2 ID proof, and do they need all of that? Is the process requires or the use case that we are serving require all that data points? We need to be conscious. The second and important point, which is empowering control in the individual, is what is the use case? If we are serving as a patient, we need to give them this data would be used to serve you as a patient, but it cannot be then used as a marketing activity or for a reach out or tabling another product. If we want to do that, intend to do it, let's be very clear. Specific is the point. When I'm taking a consent, I'll announce I will use this data for 1, 2, 3, 4 clearly, and it cannot be the data may be used for. Those sentences are not okay. Secure and compliant data sharing. This is an important point, and this needs a lot of thinking and people, process, technology enablement in our organizations. As in securing the data and ensuring data sharing. Look, data sharing would happen. Even the most sensitive data set would need to be used, because that's why we have first thing either collected or created it. It would need to be used. How do we secure it? And securing is not just saying on a paper you can put it in a locker, but then digital information, it will go through various systems. There are multiple concepts which need to be applied, as in minimizing the use or need to know basis. How do we ensure if the data is only need to be seen by 3 sets of doctors, only those get to see. No other person gets to see that data. As in, that's a need to know basis. When it is sitting on a system, do we need to apply encryption, masking, or other security control so that we can safeguard the data? If you are sharing, how do we ensure that it is only on need to know basis, and when sharing, the other recipient is also not forwarding it without our consent or without our knowledge, etc. So those are controls we may want to enable, need to enable. Privacy as a pillar, not as a barrier, and this is point Shanta also touched, from a culture perspective. It could be seen that, okay, there's a law, I need to comply, but it can be seen as a business enabler. What we may want to do, if we bake this in our business processes right, it can become a business enabler and a differentiator for a business. And I was in a session, separate session, CEO of the organization in the room, and he highlighted from his vision perspective, this is about and. How do we think through the business processes and privacy? It is not or, as in we are not trying to balance. How do we bring them together and then do the right things is something that we need to do. That's why what we may want to think is privacy by design or privacy first kind of principles when we are creating new products or solutions for serving our patients and other interaction points. And data governance, transparency. Look, I would want to touch on this point. If you look at any apps where you buy something, they make it super easy. As in you can very easily scroll through, browse the directory of options, and then choose what payment is super easy. Just in 3 clicks, you can complete your sales transaction. But then you look at other side of experience. If you were to give a consent somewhere, there could be a 30-pager. You need to scroll and then say, yeah, I agree. And there's no way you'd be able to read through everything. Can we change that experience? Can we make it as simple as buying, saying, these are 5 things I'm acquiring? It can be, of course, highlighted, and there could be a scroll bar. I will use this for 3 use cases. If you're not comfortable, slide back. I will not use it. Can we make it that simple? So if we do that, that's about creating the transparent data governance where we are saying your data, I'll use it in line with your consent and your guidance, and you have full control available for the life cycle of data. Very quickly, we have, of course, you have the report available, digital copy, as we highlighted, would be made available to everyone, a few hard copies. But then we had done a few surveys, and I have a couple of snippets on this. And sorry, and some of these surprises have sprung up. So if you look at it, what is the purpose? And while we are aligned well on the purpose, but then the second question, do we have a clear understanding requirement of DPDP Act? Unfortunately, only 45% are saying mostly clear. So, and this is about an act which is in place for 2 years. It has been enforced. Now we need to comply in maybe 13, 14 months time. And most organizations still very not clear on what do we need to comply for. So this has to change, understanding of the act, and then what all do we need to do needs to become well ingrained in our thinking, system, processes, etc. This is something, an opportunity for all of us. Touching very quickly on the journey, I spoke about this. We are having a discussion around this from 2017-18. Incidentally, so just around the time GDPR, the Europe law on privacy, which has gone live around that time. And November 25 is momentous from this journey perspective because we have the rules and we have a clear mandate or a guideline available that we need to comply by the 13th May 2027. Okay, very quick gist, and I'll strongly recommend, if people are not familiar, please spend some time. The gadget notification, which is only a 30-page document, is available. And enough and more information is available. Very happy to share more information around. But then 2 key highlights, if you look at it. This is within Indian boundary as a territory, and this is about digital data. Now, important really point to note, paper data, if it remain paper data, is not in MBIT, but then in some shape and form, if someone has taken a photo, secured it, we have scanned the data and brought it in systems, then once again it becomes in MBIT. And second point I would want to highlight, this is not today onwards. So if we have data for subjects for last 10 years, we are still answerable for that data. We would need to at least send notices, secure consent, etc. So that's something that we need to do. I've touched these dates. I will also pass on the rules. Important point, and especially if you have structure, I'm sure some of our businesses have served global customers. We may have some GDPR compliances. The Rule 4 and Rule 8 especially are slightly different vis-a-vis GDPR. And while every rule needs to be paid attention to, but then these one, and in our industry and in healthcare industry, we would have a lot of touch points, interactions with minors and persons with disabilities. There we need to be additionally careful and need to handle the data slightly differently vis-a-vis every other data needs to be also handled, but then there we need to apply additional caution. And the last one, breach notification, which is a big change and very, very good reason for that change that government has brought in. Look, as an individual, I am a customer of very many organizations. If one organization faces a breach today, breach in the sense that cyber breach, where some of the data is compromised, and they notify me, hey Vikram, your Aadhaar card is compromised. Now I have an opportunity that I can go and reset all my bank account passwords, because we know the linkage. The Aadhaar is now connected to the mobile phone number, and then someone can take over my. So government has mandated this now. So if you have a breach in respective organizations, you not need to notify the data protection board. You also need to notify impacted individuals. As in, you may have, I'm making this up, maybe 50 lakh individuals' data. But if you have a breach which is impacting 5,000, you need to notify those 5,000, hey, your data and what data is compromised, and you may need to take whatever care that you can take. So this is something which is very specific for DPDPA. And if you look at it, how to enable it, we are talking about deep visibility into what data do we have. We are talking about forensic, akin to forensic capability, so that we can really quickly analyze and say, okay, these are 5,000, so that I can notify. And of course, notification, reach out procedures, processes available, so that we can quickly contact them. So this is something that we would need to enable in our environments. Importance of DPDPA, of course, we have touched these multiple times. Trust and transparency, data security, patient empowerment. Now we're talking about, we need to empower them to take decisions on their data. What do they want to share? Compliance and governance, and of course, innovation with privacy. If you are able to bring privacy first principles, we can then create products which is not just for Indian population. They may become sought after products in the global scenarios also. And of course, we spoke about India-UK collaboration. I'm sure we are having similar discussions from other experts that we want to serve. And this is an enabler in that direction. Okay, other regulations. Once again, DPDPA is a much talked about item, but then there are multiple other regulations which are also, you can say, borderline mandating that we need to take care of data, we need to take care of privacy, whether it is Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, whether it is clinical establishments. There are, if you start examining all these various regulations, they have some specific items or subsections which are mandating or guiding that we need to take care of patient data and take care of the privacy around that data or security of the data also. I'll move, and this is one item, and from a natural, then all of us, whether we like it or not, but then we have ailments, we get admitted, so we would have experiences. Someone is going through a surgery, there's a consent form, and then you are going through a surgery. But then what we need to appreciate is the consent that we are referring here is a bit different than the consent which is there for a surgery. Or so we have three types that we are referring here. One consent is when you get admitted, you need to sign that, okay, we will have some procedures you're signing. But then the middle pillar is what we are referring to here from a personal data protection perspective. Now we need to be very clear explicit and specific. These are data points that we are requiring, these are use cases that we'll use, and of course there's the last pillar also. When we are doing any trials, there's a different kind of consent which needs to be taken, because when you do a trial, we don't know everything which is there, so that consent is different. But then 3 types of consent, and the middle pillar is what we are focusing here today from a privacy perspective. And we need to be, while we may have very robust processes on that consent before a kind of an operation or any medical procedure, etc. But then this one would need a lot of heavy lifting at our end to really know what needs to be done at all interaction points. And I'm really using that word very consciously, all interaction points, because human individual data get collected at IPD, OPD, as in someone is walking in for a test, or just visitors. If we have acquired some data for a visitor, even that's a responsibility. Vendors to our organizations, they are our responsibility. So all human interactions that we have had, they are our responsibilities, and we need to ensure that we are taking care of that data and applying that explicit and specific when we are acquiring consent. And of course, protection and the lifecycle management has to happen. Cyber challenges, and once again, a bit of survey tidbit which is available on reports. But then what are your thoughts on hospital staff using personal devices, Gmail? And if you look at it, and very happy to note this response, almost 2/3 of people are saying it should be discouraged, directly, indirectly they are saying. But then what we would need to look at, how do we blend in what is possible and what is right? And while it may become, we use mobile phones, we would need to continue. How do we enable complementing technology control? So we, once again, not getting into details, but then we use a technology called mobile device management. We can containerize what remains official would not get pour into your personal side of the journey, as in on a mobile device also. So we need to think through those processes while we want to enable ease of access, ease of use of data, etc. But then we still want to protect patient information or information of individuals which is coming in. This is just an example, and more are available on the report. And talking about these challenges, ransomware attacks is a reality, medical identity theft is a reality, insider threat, and for whatever reasons, it could be disgruntled employee, it could be silly mistake, or it could be someone who has been compromised by some external factor. But then insider threats would be there. How do we enable controls so that we can at least minimize that kind of impact? Even if someone is committing a mistake or someone is being mischievous or conducting it or doing something which is they should not be doing. But we have to have controls. And IoT and device vulnerabilities, and this is you can say when we adopt a lot of technology, some threats come along with it. Medical devices, while they are getting more and more powerful, but then they also have vulnerabilities. And if they are compromised, then they can become a starting point of a cyber attack. So we need to really manage all these in factors from lifecycle management perspective. And some of the best practices, moving towards the end of my presentation, some of the best practices, and of course, the primary responsibility may remain with your compliance and technology functions. But then if we have all of us, I'm assuming some of us are functional business representatives. So if we have awareness about these, we can support these initiatives when they are being launched by IT or compliance team. So some of these things, I spoke about encryption or securing the storage, role-based access control, we need to think through. And this would need to get enabled by the business functions. IT would only enable it, but we would know who needs to have access. The business function would need to tell, IT would enable it for us. Zero trust approach, this is along with all digital technologies access, we are saying trust nobody and challenge everything and minimize access to absolute need to know basis. That's an approach we want to take from all IT systems perspective. Regular audit and monitoring, which is stepping up on how do we ensure compliance to what the processes that we have written. And vendor risk management, we would have an ecosystem we'd be dependent on. How do we manage that risk? Data minimization, and lastly, consent and transparency, which is a starting point process on all new business processes that we are creating is something which is need of our way forward. And once again highlighted level of leadership, board oversight for patient data privacy. So this is a question we asked. So if you look at it, about 80% is saying some involvement, and we would love to see where there's active involvement, and not just involvement, they are becoming active sponsors of these initiatives. So that's a direction we would love to see. And sort of last slide for me, whether it is HIPAA or GDPR protection or patient-centric consent models, security health, or other standards that we have global best practices available. And if you look at it, while we have DPDP as a law, but privacy principles are uniform across various regulations. So we may want to refer some of these good practices or global practices and create a program for ourselves which is increasing regulatory enforcement, which is also AI driven, while we want to leverage, but then how do we balance it out, something privacy enhancing technologies. This is about consent management and life cycle of that consent through our environment. And I would safely assume, or at least by my experience, this is must have in some shape and form. We would need to have, if we want to become compliant with DPDPA, we would need to have a privacy enhancing technology, or we engage a consent manager kind of organization which is third party, so that we can really comply. And trust as a competitive differentiator. So we would only be able to bring trust in our environment when we do all these things right, not just from a compliance perspective, but culture and privacy first principles applied. I would stop here. Thank you for your patient hearing.
We would request Chairperson Mr. Abhijit Majumdar to please present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Singh. Thank you. We'll move on to the next session, and we have Dr. Subhana Arora, Senior Consultant Health and Family Welfare, Niti Aayog, joining us online, and she will be speaking on patient safety and governance in the age of digital healthcare. The session would be moderated by co-chairperson Mr. Shantan Chatterjee. Can we have Dr. Arora on the screen?
A very good morning to all of you. My apologies, I'm not there in person. I am in transit. So in case there's a problem with the connectivity, I apologize beforehand.
Thank you, Dr. Arora.
Would you be displaying? Thank you. Would you be displaying my presentation?
Yeah, but you can hear us, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So I would request Mr. Shantan Chatterjee, the co-chairperson of our Healthcare National Committee and partner PwC, to please join us on the dais here in Kolkata. So he will be moderating your session. And can we please have Dr. Arora's presentation on the screen, please? Yeah, we can see it on the screen.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So you can hear us, right? So I think
yes. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
So we have a room full of delegates. So I think what the theme. Let me just maybe in a minute give a summary of what we have been discussing. So the theme of this year has been in terms of responsible healthcare. So that is what we have been harping on. So as we move towards equitable, accessible healthcare, one of the key aspects is that how do we make healthcare responsible towards the stakeholders. That's been I would say, a key thing. So in terms of the patient safety and governance is what your presentation is. So we'll be very happy to hear from you, and then we can take it from there. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Would somebody move the slides there as I request? All right. So, there are two images on the screen. The lady on the left was a well-known actress, and the gentleman on the right was a very well-known tabla player. I'm starting with this because, the lady on the left, her mother was operated on the wrong side of the brain for a brain tumor. And this happened outside India. The gentleman on the right, his sister died of complications of cataract surgery, something which we would really not expect. So patient safety is at the heart of healthcare. Next, please. Now, as doctors, I'm a doctor myself, our first goal is to do no harm. I'm so sorry, I'm not able to see the slides. So if you can give me a minute, I'm not able to see the screen clearly. Maybe I'll open it on another laptop here. Just give me a moment, please. Yeah.
Slide number 3.
Yeah, I think this is better, but let me still open this. So, prevention of avoidable harm to the patient is absolutely important, and for this we have a clinical governance framework. Next, please. Now, the risks can be multifaceted, whether it's clinical, human, or others. This is what we had been seeing thus far, Medication errors, you transfuse the wrong blood type, you end up operating on the wrong side of the patient, like we saw in the first slide. The patient comes in for an appendectomy, ends up falling down, has a craniotomy. So, falls and pressure sores. Human risks are staff burnout. I myself have worked 72 hours straight. So what happens at the end of those 70 hours, at the end of your shift, is beyond human control, because if we do not have adequate safeguards. Communication breakdown is very, very common that we see inside hospitals. Interestingly, what we saw during Taj attacks was a risk which we could not have really imagined. Hospitals were attacked. Fire while you're operating on the patient, assault cases, patient abuse. We've heard of reports inside ICUs, patients being abused. Now, in the digital era, we are going to be faced with, and perhaps already are being faced with, digital risks, which is, say, cybersecurity, hacking, patient data breach, medical devices. You put a pacemaker into a patient, can it be controlled remotely for ulterior motives? Algorithm biases in AI, etc. There are ways and means to handle it. For example, the clinical risks. You have a protocolized treatment, clinical protocols to guide you. For human risks, you have a culture where you put the patient first. Others, for the digital risks, you have digital governance. For others, you have various codes in hospitals, like your fire code, etc. Next, please. Now, the impact of this risk is not just clinical. Next, please. I'm sorry, I'm not able to see your screen again. Am I audible, please?
You're audible. We can hear you. We can. I think as the screen
Okay.
comes up, yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, now the screen is back up. So, what happens in the digital age? How can digital help us enhance patient safety? These are just a few examples. I would perhaps just talk about two of them. Now, if there is a patient in transit to a hospital, say the patient has an MI, a myocardial infarction, a heart attack. So, using telemedicine or 5G, you could directly communicate with the ER in the hospital, and the ER is then in a much better space to handle the patient as the patient arrives. Your electronic medical records can help you give you alerts in case of allergies. Very interestingly, I saw a startup which was handling acute care through digital. And they picked up a patient who was about to sink through digital healthcare and rushed the patient to hospital. So the future is immense. Now, next, please. Coming to the Indian context. You could go next to slide number 6. Next, please. We have an unknown burden in India. If you open the WHO website, you will see so many patients are harmed annually, etc., etc. But in the Indian context, the burden seems to be unknown, mainly because of underreporting, the absence of a unified adverse event registry, and also variable digital maturity across facilities. Next, please. Also in India, we have a unique situation, wherein we have high patient volumes and overcrowding, limited healthcare worker. Definitely most unique. How to handle this? Next, please. I'm sorry, but the screen is kind of vanishing and coming back up again. So I don't know which slide you are on. If you could tell me the slide,
Yeah,
I
so
could
this
use
is
my
slide number 8.
printout here to go.
8. Slide number 8.
You're on slide number 8? Okay.
Yeah, unique situation. So that's the heading.
Yeah, so slide number 9 then, please. So the government has taken multifarious initiatives to handle patient safety, and I'm very happy to see that it is on the radar. In fact, the first one, that National Patient Safety Implementation Framework, as per this, nodal officers, patient safety officers have been put up in 400 plus government hospitals and also 150 plus private facilities. There are various, the accreditations we are all familiar with, NABH, etc. And then, of course, the specific programs like Lakshya, Muskaan, Kayakalp. ABDM itself is an effort towards patient safety and governance where the patient is in control of his or her data. The HFR, which is the Health Facility Registry, the HPR, which is the Health Professional Registry, once it's up and about, we will be able to know that this particular doctor is actually a doctor. Because the issue of quackery in India is so intense and ingrained in the system, in some states specifically, that it's HFR, HPR, and then of course the insurance companies also get fraud claims from hospitals which are just on paper. So HFR, HPR would definitely help in that. And there are various other initiatives, the latest of which being, Bodh and Sahi, which we would have seen in the recently concluded Patient Safety Summit, AI Summit. Next, please. Slide 10. Now, all of these initiatives, I would say, are just like a drop in the ocean. There's a lot that can be done. There's not adequate research on patient safety. There's not adequate research because there's not adequate funding for the same. There's reluctance both in the government sector and the private sector to share data on patient safety because they feel it would damage their reputation. There's fragmentation of the effort, and then there's a culture of hiding things. There's a culture of blame. So in summary, next slide please. Next, yeah. So this is, you could stop there. So this is how we, inside hospitals, patient safety is, both inside and outside hospitals. Now this is inside hospitals is how it generally works. There is a director of the hospital and there is a MS and a DMS and the paramedical staff, nursing staff, etc. to handle or to provide services to the patient. That's the typical model. Next, please. This is what we need to do is reverse that pyramid. so that patient, next please, so that the patient is at the top and this entire paraphernalia is there to support the patient. So this needs an attitudinal shift. And I'll stop the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So I think it was quite comprehensive to see that that what all we were speaking since morning. From a government point of view, what are some of the things in place, regulations that we have. So one question which I will maybe start with and thing is that when we look as like as an industry body now, what do you think should be some of the things that we should be working on, where we work along with regulatory and apex bodies like NITI, NABH for that matter, so that we are in sync with the vision and also in sync with the some of the regulations that is coming out. So we heard about DPDP that was mentioned. We just had a session right before that. So what should we be as an industry body and as stakeholders here be cognizant of, and what should be the direction that we need to be working? If there is some point, maybe if you can share, that would be helpful. Hope I'm
Yes, thank you. You kind of broke up towards the end. So what I understood was, what can you as an industry body do? Right?
Industry body.
Is that the question?
Yeah, industry body, and also we have industry stakeholders, people from caregivers and all. So to be basically in sync with the vision that we have as a government, both at the center and the state. What should we be doing? So that's what it is.
So can I turn that around slightly and say that it's our country, it's not the government and or the industry, it is together. So if you and only the wearer knows where the shoe pinches, right? So what you see on the ground is what you need to ensure that the country fixes and takes it forward. If you do not agree with the vision, define it yourself, get it to the government. NITI Aayog is open to ideas, inputs from across the country, from across industry bodies. Get it to the government, because you need to understand one thing which I guess in my own journey I took a long time to understand, is that it's our country and we build it together. So if there's some input, some thing which you think the government is missing out, please do highlight it, and it's together that we build the country.
Very well said.
So do not limit, my only request is that do not limit yourself to what is right now. Think of what can be.
Okay. So that's one. We can even have, if there's any question that anyone from the audience has, because if anyone would like to pose any question, I can just relay that. If there is something either from the delegates or an audience, we'll be happy to take that. So one more thing, as if anyone any questions, anything? Yeah, we have one from the audience. Please use the mic. So yeah.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Ma'am, you can. We have lost connectivity. Yeah, maybe if there's a question you can.
Actually, I'm telling you, for the national patient safety implementation framework, now after the advent of the DPDP Act, to whom it is applies, whether it is hospitals or the healthcare providers, nursing home, you understand my point?
Okay. Would you like to, because you're there in the room, so if we can have a mic.
Thank you for asking that question. I think the answer is very simple on this one. DPDPA as an act, it is not sector specific, so it is not healthcare, it is not telecom or FS related. It is applicable to all industries, applicable to all size of organizations. I'm using that word consciously, not businesses, organizations. So until and unless I as an individual am going on internet announcing something, if I am sharing my data with any entity, that entity is responsible for taking care of that data. So the consent should be there, which is, I use those keywords explicit and specific. So it is applicable to everyone. Now, I didn't touch, because I didn't want to go down deep on technicalities of the act, the two keywords there, and Sayantan used it, fiduciary, and there's a word called processor. So we are using these two words, as in the first word slightly differently vis-a-vis GDPR. GDPR talks about controller and processor. Processor connotation is same. If we collect, I am a business entity, I collect and then give it to someone, my third party, for processing in some shape and form, that is a processor. GDPR, that entity is controller, but we are using a word fiduciary, which is what business entity or entity, any organization defining purpose of the data, that's fiduciary. So whether you're a small business, big business, if you're defining purpose of the data, you are fiduciary, you are bound to really comply with all requirements. Now, depending on the size, complexity, or interaction points, you may need a lot of technology to do all of that. Or if you are a small business, you may want to do it on whatever local Excel sheet that you want to do, or interaction point. So that is different, but then compliance requires that you adhere to it. So when I, on the presentation, I've tried to touch those three types of consents. So one which we routinely experience on when we get to an operation theater, etc., which is a consent that you're being operated and responsibilities there lying with you. Which is second, third one was a trial. When you're trial, it is slightly different consent because it is still under development kind of a phase. We don't know all outcomes, so we are giving a consent that you are also partly okay if there is a small, hopefully small side step, etc. But then the consent from a digital personal data protection is, and it is all interactions. When we share any personal information, the entity acquiring or defining purpose needs to define what are we acquiring, why are we acquiring, and what would we use this for. So that's the consent from a DPDPA perspective.
So the DPDP, like sir already explained, that applies to all industry, but patient safety applies to our healthcare industry. So, and that could be related to the infection control, to medication errors, to fall prevention. So many things that patient goes through in during the care, and that's why you have NABH. And I'm not saying that if you're not NABH impaneled, you're not a good quality hospital. But I'm saying these are the bodies, whether it is JCI or NABH, they define the framework for you to have that patient safety guidelines followed in the hospital. So these are two things where one is data protection. So it is safety of your privacy and confidentiality of the information that you're sharing. Other one is to get safe care in a hospital setting. Both are important. Both are needs to be taken care of.
Okay. I think let's see. I think if we have the connectivity, ma'am, can you hear us?
Yes, much better now.
Oh, better now. Okay. So maybe one last question anyone from the audience has for ma'am. We'll just have to take one, maybe. Please. Yeah. Ma'am, you can hear us, right? Yeah.
This question is basically, I would like to make these questions to Mr. Abhijit Mojumdar.
If we can have questions for ma'am right now, she's online.
This is not for ma'am.
Please keep it specific.
This is not for ma'am. Thank you. Not for ma'am.
Ma'am, I have
this
a
is
question.
I'm basically from the home care industry, home care service industry. So that's why this is very specific for Mr. Abhijit.
So we will take that, but
Yeah.
slightly right.
Ma'am, I have a question that disease, if a person is affected, he is bankrupt, right? To go the private hospital. So Niti Aayog is planning to do something to prevent that bankruptcy. I know that Niti Aayog is doing that Ayushman Bharat, this kind of thing.
Yes, thank you for that question. I totally agree with you. Healthcare costs do drive people towards bankruptcy, but if you see the interventions, the out-of-pocket expenditure has come down from around 64% to around 48%, given all the initiatives that had been taken. One of them, which you rightly said, was the Ayushman Bharat Yojana, where the PMJ, the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, where families covered up to 5 lakh insurance. In addition to that, how do you reduce the cost? So there is something called HTA, Health Technology Assessment, which is also happening simultaneously with ICMR and with the National Health Authority, wherein the treatments, both as regards clinical efficacy and as regards cost effectiveness, those are being evaluated. In fact, unnecessary radiation therapy for breast cancer patients was reduced because it was clinically not needed and it was adding to the cost. That was then done away with using this assessment, and the correct clinical treatment was, the package was decided. So it's not just, providing insurance, it's also seeing that the correct treatment at the right cost is being delivered. However, there is a long, long way to go. Additionally, many state governments are topping up that. Some state governments are using their own, insurance policies. The other thing that we are also looking at is to see how government hospitals can be run better. So ideally, it should be a situation. This is what the India I dream of, that anybody should be able to walk into a public sector hospital. Doctors should want to work in public sector hospitals. So one is insurance, how you pay for it. Second is how you get the correct treatment at the right cost. And third is how to improve services in the government sector.
Right. In fact, ma'am, just on that cue, there's always a take that the government wants to, and this is just a thinking, maybe it will be good to get a viewpoint from you, that from moving from being a provider to a more of a payer-led, is that a vision that that is?
Yes, so, government wants to get into a facilitatory role. So you facilitate services. You do not create roadblocks. So this is not the British Raj anymore, this is service for our own people. So that's why I don't know how much you could hear that you asked about what we can contribute to the vision. I would say you should define the vision. It's our country. We work together. And I was also in the private sector earlier. And this is my first stint with the government, and I can tell you in my personal capacity that we need people to come in, we need people to support from outside. Because it's our country, we work together. It's not the British Raj anymore. It's not the license permit Raj anymore.
Okay. No, that's
but there's a lot of work that needs to be done. That's also very true. A lot of work. I would again say it's a drop in the ocean what's happening.
Correct, and that's very well said. It's we as a country. It's not in terms of what's being. I see there's a lady with just one last question, maybe, ma'am. If you can just keep it short so that we can wind the session up after that. Thank you.
Being a EMR developer, I have one question. I have heard 3 kind of consents from Mr. Bikramjit Singh. There's one consent for the surgery, one consent for the clinical trials. But while using EMR, anybody using EMR, it can be institutionalized or any private doctor practicing. Don't you think we need to have another consent from the patient that his data can be anonymously, I insist, anonymously used in various trials and research? We need the patient to be signed. What is your take on this?
So I don't know if you heard it. Like, what's the need for
A consent from the patients who is visiting a doctor who is using EMR or EHR, whatever you want to say.
That is the fundamental basis on which it is based, DPDP.
Yeah.
So I think that's baked. Consent management is a fundamental, if I can say that. And I don't know if we are questioning why it is, but I think that's the way it is baked in. Because ultimately, think about it, it's all based on if I give a consent for a specific purpose, for a specific use, that's where the data.
No, generally, what we do is what generally happens is a doctor takes online appointment.
Yeah.
He uses the EMR, but hardly patient understands the implication of it.
Yeah, I think we can take this offline. It's more of in terms of what is the nitty-gritty. Things will be changing and also.
Thank you.
I think So I think we're just topping up time now in terms of session. And thank you, ma'am, for I think the words of wisdom, I would say. And as Vijay clearly say, we have one more question. Sorry, ma'am, you're still there are questions.
Yes.
Yeah, madam, just one question.
Yeah, please.
Ma'am, in case of this Ayushman Bharat or this Swasthya Sati Prakalpa in West Bengal, so we are having gathering a huge pool of data. So for both pharmacoepidemiological or healthcare data or pharmacogenomic or pharmacogenetic data. Now, how this data will be protected? So are we having something similar in lines of EU or something we are developing for our indigenously for India? Thank you.
That's a good question, and thank you for asking that. See, the blueprint of Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission was created in NITI Aayog, and NITI led the effort from reactive data protection to privacy by design. So if you look at Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, nothing can happen to the data without patient's consent. That is absolutely clear. And then there are certain, very sensitive information which the patient can choose to hide. For example, an unmarried woman undergoing a medical termination of pregnancy. This kind of data is hidden even in physical records in hospitals as per the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act. So the entire ADDM architecture is designed around consent, which is very, very important. The second thing I would say is the DPDP Act 2023 and the subsequent rules 2025 are absolutely clear on data protection.
Okay. Thank you then. I think so, as I'm saying, we'll wind up this session, ma'am. Thank you. And look forward to having you maybe over in person and really appreciate the time. I know you are in transit right now. Thank you. And as it definitely gives us food of thought as a chamber that how we co-think, co-create, along with, I would say, the government to basically be part of it. Thank you. Thank you once again, ma'am.
Absolutely. I'm glad to hear you say that. Thank you so much for having me. All the best. Bye-bye.
We'll move on to the next session, which would be moderated by Mr. Shantan Chatterjee on digital transformation for responsible care. As panelists, we have Mr. Rajiv Mondal, CEO of Arakim Meptisoft Solution Private Limited. Mr. Mondal has been, or Arakim has been an incubator of the Webel BCCI Tech Incubation Center. Now he has accelerated. Mr. Shudeep De, CIO and CISO of Aster DM Healthcare India Limited. Dr. Rajesh Gupta of Chief Digital Health Mind IT Systems. Mr. Venkataswarlu, IT Head, Woodlands Multispeciality Hospital. So I would request the moderator, Mr. Chatterjee, and the panelists to please join us on the dais. We'll just take few seconds to have a photo opportunity with Mr. Vikramjit Singh. We would like to again express our gratitude, Mr. Singh, to travel all the way to Kolkata. I think he's based out of Gurgaon, to be with us today and make the presentation on the thought paper. So our next session, as we mentioned, the panel discussion on digital transformation of responsible care, moderated by Mr. Shantan Chatterjee, having in the panel Mr. Rajiv Mondal, Mr. Sudip De, Dr. Gupta, Mr. Venkateswarulu.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's always a privilege and also easy word when you have a panel which has been not only, I would say, thinking about, but they are the doers. So basically we have an extinguished panel with us who are not only thinking what is to be done, but actually on the ground doing, executing, and really at the forefront of, we'll say, in terms of doing what the things in terms of digital transformation that we have been talking about. So if you think from a topic point of view, that we are talking about digital as a theme, and digital as a theme which has a transformative edge, and also something which has been the theme of the session today is in terms of being responsible, how we are looking at it. So I tee off with something which I spoke before also. It's a responsibility for each of us as individuals, as stakeholders, and as ma'am mentioned in the previous saying, that being co-part of this vision. So it is not enough to think that it's a government of India, it's a state government, or it's some regulatory body whose vision is to drive this. And it's a good food for thought for each of us, that how are we contributing our bit. And I don't want to quote Kennedy's famous quote, what he said, but this is not about it. How we contribute our bit, how we think that we are part of this vision and not something which is thrust on us. And most importantly, what are we doing in our day-to-day work, operations, running businesses, providing that care, which touches upon this aspect, which is being responsible, which is being cognizant about some of the rules and regulations. And very importantly, if I were to take that word which Vikram, my colleague, said in terms of creating that trust among the patients and the fraternity, that the care that is being delivered is safe, secure, and trustworthy. So with that, I will tee off, and I will basically, as I'm saying, is like invite thoughts from across the panel. Maybe if I can start with Venkat, just because you're on the most left side on it.
Thank you, Shantan.
Yeah. So as you are growing with the transformation at your organization, maybe you can throw some light that how are you as using digital? Obviously, because that is at the forefront. And what is that definitive thing that you are doing to create the trust among the patients, create that, I would say, experience, as to say. So if you can share some rights, that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Shantan. It's a very good question. See, as a Woodland multi-speciality hospital, we have done a digital transformation journey. Around September 1st, go live went happen. It's completely, we have around 20 years of legacy data which has been transformed to the new HAS system, as well as my financial system is in SAP financial system. And inventory management also in the SAP also. So we have done complete transformation journey in terms of HIS, in terms of SAP, and some more other tools like a mobile app, chatbot, and many other feedback management system also, which has been transformed. That means the complete legacy transformation has been happened into the digital. Now patients are getting the reports via through WhatsApp, whatever the booking an appointment through chatbot itself only. All the data now, it has been completely in terms of the digital platform, which it was not there earlier. So if patient want to book an appointment, he will go in the chatbot, he will book an appointment directly there to the doctor, and he will come into the hospital directly, he went to the cabin, kind of a thing. So there will be a token management, queue management will be there. When you are talking about the data security perspective, when there is a especially DPDP Act, right? Nowadays, the digital world, you know, right, there is a lot of threats, okay, from the cyber attacks. If you protect more also, there will be a lot of attacks. So what we have done in the Woodlands Hospital also, we regularly do a checks process and compliance. Regularly we do a VPD audits, and if you ask me in infrastructure wise, regularly we check infrastructure patching has been done in the network layer, server layer, application layer, that kind of a protection, and we have a kind of a one visibility tool where I can get that information, where is my security stance actually. Because IT will only the enabler part, right? In the business, the people who are sitting like a doctors, nurse, patients, everybody, will combinedly collect the data, and we need to form a process in the business process also. So training is very, very key actually. When we tell to the end users also, go, protect, follow the process, and review mechanism. Let's say, I will take an example of nothing else, like in one of the person was left to the organization, still the email ID is enabled, still some application is enabled. So how do you do a review check mechanism? That's a very, very key important when you are talking about the review mechanism at each level, not only specific level, data security level. When you are talking about the DPDP Act, it should be a monthly checklist need to be happen, and with a business sign off, everything has been done, then only we take it move forward.
That's a very important aspect of how actually are you getting some of these things in action. So Rajesh, maybe you're just teeing off on that. Now we have heard about how things are getting done, but one of the points that I would like to reflect from this morning is that, see, one is all the things that we're talking as a compliance. The other thing is that how do I make that, and what are some of you make it something which is mainstream, part of, if I can use the word culture, may of my day-to-day activities. Islam, some speaker mentioned about the business process. How do I make this, the entire thing about compliance, trust, safety, in anything that I do, and which is obviously I'm taking patients, part of mainstream. Not something which is a good to do or maybe must do because of compliance or a stick in that. So any thoughts on that?
Thank you. So what Dr. Sumana Arora just mentioned in previous session, that we all have to be responsible individually, right? What has changed in last 25 years when I started my career in health tech per se, is that 25 years back, whenever we used to go for hospitals to sell softwares, the demand used to be like billing software, supply chain related administrative modules. But in last 5 to 10 years, and this is my personal experience, that when we go to any new hospital now to talk about technology, they all, without any exception, talk about clinical modules. they talk about EMRs, they talk about clinical decision support systems. At the same time, I always say that transformation is not about technology. Transformation is about people and processes, and then last piece is technology. That is the easiest part. Most difficult part is people. So unless we are getting more responsible day by day, that part is not going to happen. So I'm going to tell two stories very quickly from my personal interactions with different stakeholders in hospitals. And if it offends any of you, please forgive me before even I start the story. So I was in a meeting with a medical director, large hospital, and he also happened to be a practicing doctor. So, the meeting was regarding how to make sure that EMR gets into use. So the meeting started with all the pleasantries and all, and he started asking me questions like, tell me doctor, how do I use EMR when I come to the hospital? I have 60 OPDs, and I'm just quoting his words. 60 OPDs, I have 25-30 patients admitted, so I have to see these patients, then I have to go for a round, see 25-30 patients, then I have to have my break for a cup of tea or lunch, and then I need to go home. So he asked me that how much time will it take per OPD? So I said it should take 10 to 12 minutes on an average. So he said that means 60 patients into 12 minutes, or let's say 10 minutes, is 600 minutes, right? Then what about my rounds? So I said 30 patients inpatient will definitely take minimum 2 hours. Then he says, now see 10 plus 2, 12 hours. How do I use EMR? My answer to him was that, sir, let's take the technology out of this discussion. Forget about EMR. Help me understand how are you managing this without technology. It's humanly not possible, right? He said, somehow we are managing it. I said, no, let me tell you how you are managing it. You are managing it by compromising on quality, compromising on your documentation. Today, Indian population is still tolerant. We have very few medico-legal cases coming into forefront, but people are getting more aware, people are getting more knowledgeable, more technology literate, and this situation will change. So you'll have more litigations going forward. Be ready for that, but how you are preparing yourself? I'm saying technology is not to do anything else but to protect yourself. What EMR does, EMR only makes you more responsible. It assigns a responsibility and it doesn't allow you to bypass that. Paper gives you that freedom. So this is one story. Obviously the meeting ended on this note. I don't know what happened after that. But the second story is very simple. Again, another hospital, another medical director. She was also owner of the hospital. She said, I want to do EMR in my hospital. So I asked, first question is that who is placing orders in inpatient? She said, doctors tell the nurses and the nurses write on file. I said, you are not ready for EMR. First, you make sure that doctors are writing on paper. Even if it is on paper, it should be done by right person taking responsibility. So create it his problem. Right now it's not his problem. So when it is not my problem to write orders, EMR cannot be a solution for me. It could be a solution for nursing. So these are the very important basic stuff. We take EMR as a solution to everything. It is not a solution to everything. People part we have to manage. And once we manage that, technology adoption will happen, and all the things we discussed in previous sessions, the benefits, safety, all that will automatically happen. So I don't know whether I answered your question or not,
no, you did
but
that.
I wanted to share these two stories.
It's always interesting and useful to hear stories rather than sermons. So that's how I believe. So Sudeep, moving on to you. In fact, there is never a discussion where we don't talk about AI, right? And especially if it's like last week when we had. So with an AI-driven world, let me call it AI-driven, it can be any other verb. what do you think are some of the fundamentals where the guardrails are either there but not visible, or in some cases not defined, although there were a couple of the frameworks which were launched and which was Bodhi and all of them. But what do you think are the practical nuances? And you have worked in multiple of the, I would say, caregivers and care providers. What do you think are the current Indian scenario? And I'm using India because that's where we are, with regard to some of these guardrails and maybe then a light forward of how we are going ahead. Thank you.
Yeah. So Shantin has always told that no theory and only stories, so you will only get stories. My name is Sudeep, and yes, in 3 sections. I thought I will get an easier question, but I am asked again about AI, but it's okay. We have done our experiments, and we are using AI in 2 ways. One, wherein we are developing some bit of AI, which is the first way we started off with. It has been a learning journey, and when I started off, today I feel that even today, as a modest person, I would like to say I have not known anything, and I am learning. However, when I started off, actually I did not know anything. And neither did my organization. Of course, we did some courses, went to some universities, understood, heard a lot of partners. They were all very useful, but it did not prepare us for the complete path. So that is when we had 2 streams of AI projects. One, like in digital transformation also, we had one stream which was focusing on healthcare provider being efficient and trustworthy. Vikramji said trust is very important. And I also feel so. Trust is also very important because we have to make sure that we are treating you the right way, not just for the outcomes, but also financially. So, majority of the focus was there. Similarly, and the second one, of course, was clinical, making the outcomes better, first of all, making the outcomes regulated and reported. So that was in digital transformation. Same went for AI as well. In AI, we had 2 streams of projects when we were developing. So, if you can visualize, sorry, I don't have a board to explain. One, which was business oriented. So we were working on our claims being given to us or paid to us in full. Have you heard of the term called disallowance? Anybody from insurance or payer category? There is a term called disallowance. A disallowance is like 100 rupees is the cost, 10 rupees is the co-pay, 90 is to be given by the provider. Out of 90, we get only 85, 87 because there are certain things which are not allowed. They say that, why did you perform this test? Why didn't you take a approval? So disallowances to be prevented was the first AI project we did, and it became successful. Thankfully, we were helped by some governmental institutions also in this aspect, and now that is being used as a bolt-on in SCX. Second one was a clinical one, and I used to work for a cancer specialty hospital then, and we created a model wherein we are able to detect buccal mucosa cancers, and it worked beautifully for Maharashtra, 3 towns, and it was a journey, 9 months, 11 months actually to be precise, with the ideation part. Then we failed miserably, and everybody lost hope. They said it's not going to work out. We failed miserably in the northeast states of ours. You know why, right? Any idea why we failed? Anyone? Sorry, we're not supposed to ask questions to audience, is it? It's okay. What is the specific thing? This is the kind of knowledge I had when I started off the project. But tell me, what could have failed? Very commonsensical. And we were not able to say, we were disheartened for 3 months. Yes? Very close. Superbly close. 1 second, one at a time. 3 more answers. Very close, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I think it's anthropological difference.
Somebody is
so very precise. They are genetically different.
Yes.
We did not account for different ethnicities.
Yes.
Yes.
it
The
is.
third one is
That's-
left.
that's
Yes,
the
ma'am.
point.
Yes, sir.
Actually, my question answer is the same. Your model was not trained with the proper data set actually.
Correct. Data set was proper. Some of the parameter got missed out.
Yes.
We had 48 parameters, and there was a introduction of 4 more, which made then again we started, and it is still working in promiscuous mode. We have not gone through the SAMD model yet. SAMD certification is very mandatory. You asked about guardrails in your questions. Any software which we develop for AI like this has to go through a particular model to be a certified software for care provider. So SEMD guardrails are the better guardrails. The second part was, sorry Shantan, just 2 more minutes. There is a lot of tools which are available which is commonly used. So we also use those kind of tools when we have to dig out cases and do a multidisciplinary doctor board. Okay, so these are the 2 ways we have used it. Somewhere we have used tools which are already AI based. Somewhere we are using 2 models, which is a long-term journey, and you need a subject matter expertise and not them getting disheartened through the process. So this has been the learning. I hope I have been able to answer.
No, thank you, Sudeep. I think you are keeping the trend of the stories there, because the end of the day we are collectively, our wisdom is in terms of the industry, the stories and the experience, and that's one of the things. So thank you, Sudeep, for getting in. Rajiv, if I were to just move on to you, we will keep the same flow and trend in terms of that as you are seeing some of these, I would say, transformation which are digitally led, I would say, because again, transformation is not only digital. What do you think are some of the pitfalls that we as fraternity, like you heard of one, right? That's where I got the cue for this, that we maybe know or we need to be cognizant of, for the reason that every community, every society, every country is different. So what are your thoughts, anything that if you have come across would be helpful, and thank you for that.
Yeah. So I'll answer this based on our journey through the different terrains of the country. We have worked in Northeast, Northwest also, as well as in Lakshadweep, the Deep South. So there are 3 major things we observed that requires to be addressed while digital transformation is being implemented or being adopted. First is the connectivity. Like there are different modules which are there, and they need to be connected. Like one should not run from one module to the other, and that connection should not be non-digital. So interoperable thing. Second thing that we observed is that the usability or the simplicity. It has to be very simple, because in this, most of the part of our country, the people who will be using these tools, they are not digital savvy or they are not technology savvy. So we need to understand that temperament, and our tools that are being transmitted out there should be having those things into account. And third point is having a traceability and building the trust. So what we did was, like, we have developed like modules, we have developed modules where it is interoperable, like the clinic where the registration is being done, to the labs where the tests are being done, to the pharmacies where the medicines are being disposed. So all these modules are connected, and like a patient who is coming for the registration part doesn't have to go and carry paper to the other locations. Second thing is we introduced some connected devices, because we saw that if a lab person is doing the test and again have to write down and enter every data in the thing, so those becomes very difficult in those settings. So we have introduced certain connected devices for, say, blood analysis or urine analysis, or taking a ECG and automatically connecting. So these kind of things, tools we have added. And we have made the entire system language agnostic. Like it can be operated in, say, any South Indian language as well as any Northeast languages. So this is the way we have modified and developed our tools, so that it can be easily adaptable, and it is now being accepted in many locations, where very remote setting areas where people are using it.
Well, that's a good insight, because ultimately whatever we may talk about on the larger picture, it's very important to get this context of what is actually working, what are some of the small things that we learn which have a potential to then balloon up if we're not thinking about. So one aspect, maybe I'll just shuffle it around, so maybe Rajesh, coming to you, and maybe just quick one thought. As you think about some of these rules, regulations, what do you think is the key aspect for the private-public partnership? Which is to say that how do, as an industry, we partner very effectively with the regulators so that it doesn't become a one-way street? Any quick notes and all how we can do it better?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of public-private partnership is already happening. New hospitals are opening, like in Medanta has opened hospital in Patna, in PPP model. A lot of hospitals, like yesterday I was in Bhubaneswar, so there are hospitals being built on same model. Like again, I'm quoting Dr. Sumanna. I have worked with her in Medanta, so I relate to her thoughts. So it's not individual, it's not only private, it's not only public. Unfortunately, public hospitals are in not great state where we all would want to go, but that needs to be upgraded. Again, there is a PPP which can be very, very effective, like certain departments are getting outsourced to private setups, particularly high-end ones like oncology, neurosciences. So that will continue to happen, and innovation from one thing which I think is need of the hour is capacity building, where new age professionals who come out from colleges learn how to be digitally enabled in healthcare. So unfortunately, when even now in medical colleges, when doctors are coming out, they are never taught anything about digital space. So they don't know what to expect when they go out. They don't know what is the benefit of EMR. They don't know what is the benefit of any other technology per se. There's a lot of awareness happening from non-education background, like social media, and AI is the buzzword. Everybody is using it. I personally use it. So that is happening, but there's no formal education in the colleges, and whether it is private or public, to educate healthcare professionals from technology perspective. So that should be, I think, the first initiative which needs to be taken.
That's a very valid point, because it's one thing to think about digital as a taboo. Second is to think as a myth. Fourth is to think as a promise. But the most important thing is to make it native. And that's what you're talking about. So how does it become native to each of us? So it doesn't become, I would say, one of the streams, it becomes the stream. So Venkat, just on that same tone, what if we were to just gaze in the future and take your context, what is that one digital innovation, whether you call it a hype or a current thing, which you think is really going to be there for India as a healthcare? What would that be? Thank you.
So if you ask me in terms of first I will tell you a change within ourselves first. If we won't change, we cannot do anything. So the change is matter. I will take an example of EMR, which Rajesh was speaking about, the EMR of the doctors also. The adoption of the doctors of the EMR is very, very critical and very, very challenging task in the hospital industry. Why I'm referring this point was because I also faced a lot of problems when we implemented the HIS also in terms of total adoption of the EMR. It's very critical. So change is mandatory. Because if we want to grow, you have to change. You have to adapt the technologies. You have to, nowadays kids, you know, right? Kids are more faster than us, actually, if you ask me. In terms of technology, in terms of digitalization, in terms of social awareness, they are much more than us, actually, if you are going to ask next generation also. That is my thought, actually. Change is very, very key part to grow ourselves.
Right. On that similar thought, Sudeep, again, it can be a crystal gazing. But if you were to look at, like, we have been able to solve some of the access, some of the affordability, there was a question also in that. From a quality point of view, like where and how do you think is the digital means really playing a part? Maybe a quick take on it. I know end of the day it is quality care that you're talking about. Where does it really make an impact specifically? Any example? Again, story is not bad.
Story is not bad.
All right. Precision medicine and personalization and patient engagement are the 3 P's I would like to focus on, because a lot of it, in the last 5 years, I have been educated a lot on this aspect, because though I have been working in healthcare from 2012, and it was a very enriching experience to the point where we had hospital experience programs which allowed you to witness some kind of surgeries also with some of the doctors, and magnanimous work they do. But what I have understood is prevention is very important, and hence patient engagement. I am not saying wellness, that is a different sphere altogether. After the patient has arrived within the healthcare system for some kind of treatment, making sure they remain healthy, there is to be some level of engagement which is important so that they don't fall sick again. So patient engagement, I am going in the reverse order. Precision and personalization, because we are all different. And this got finally ingrained when I was in this healthcare chain, because I really understood how different we are. We are very, for normal course of treatments, for normal ailments, we can go, through clinical pathways. But for some very chronic diseases, it is better to be very individualistic, looking at so precision medicine, looking at your own self, that would be a key thing. So these 3 P's are important for me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just one rapid fire for you, Rajiv. If you were to just tell that, I don't know if you can share, what is that aspect that you are driven by in this, in your digital mission, as you are building on solutions and all, which is something which is futuristic? I don't know if it's something for you to share. I'll absolutely respect the answer that you gave. Which you think is the one which is very specific from an Indian point of view? What would that be?
Yeah, like as I was saying, like the adoption, like we can go on developing many things, but if it is not going down and getting adopted, it's of no use. And the adoption comes with making it very simple. Like as I was saying, like most of the part of this country, they are not very accustomed to the digital tools or digital techniques, technologies and all these things. So the tools that goes to them needs to be very simple in their own language, so that they can use it very easily. This is one thing. And second thing is, we have to understand these caregivers, doctors who are in these settings, they are already stressed with the amount of load that is coming. So the tools should be such that they don't have to do any additional thing in doing it. So that is where we are working on.
Thank you, and I know we are topping time, so do we have time for questions? As Sharbani, Angana, yep, maybe 2-3 questions. Audience, feel free, maybe 2 to 3, let's see how it goes.
Yes, sir. Not a question. Rajesh loved the stories. Digital as a theme is close to heart. So I just wanted to chime in. Sorry for butting in, if that expression, but then I think important. So we have an adage which goes on digital transformation. If you add technology to a broken process, you are rushing to failure quickly. So I think that's the part Rajesh was highlighting. If we want to really adopt digital transformation, first relook at the business process. There could be either re-engineering needed, or at least well documented, everything clearly laid out, then only we can adopt a technology solution, which is the part I would strongly recommend we first look at before jumping on technology. And second, I think everyone deliberated on, if I use a term, change management. Then very, very important aspect, if we were to bring any digital transformation, change management. And there's a lot of gaga about, okay, we need leadership support. Of course it is needed. We need to send lots of emailers. Of course, awareness is needed. But then 2 aspects we at times overlook, which are very important. Incentive for adopting the new process, and empowerment for users to actually being able to do it. And I think the best example that we would really want to see is in UPI made available, and people transacting 5 rupees
transaction on UPI. We talk about technology, people not savvy, but you see even a seller who does not understand even a E of English, they are happily using it. They don't need any language. They are literally illiterate, leave alone English. They don't even understand their own vernacular, as in from a writing perspective, they are using it. So make it easy, empower. Those two dimensions need to be added. Thank you.
Thanks, Vikram. We're just adding on this empower and basically incentivize, and both go together. We can have the question from you, sir.
My question to Mr. Shruti, what would be the major, challenges for developing AI in healthcare? Already you discussed regarding the Bakka loan, but like that, anything more to share?
Actually, we realized our data, we were very focused on the commercial part of healthcare. If I were to give one example, we were doing tests, diagnostic ones, imaging related. All images were also getting stored somewhere. I'm not saying without a system, but reports were getting manually made. If the reports are not there in the system to be correlated, how is that data? And this is on the surface of it. When you actually want to do for this, test, which was a mobile app based kind of test, we realized that the frequency during such exercises, the frequency of doing medication when it was given, all those medical data being normalized is far more complicated than even business data being normalized. So normalize the data, and my personal feeling is also every doctor and every administrator in my organization was very, very supportive about the concept. But we had to come back and say that we have to handpick use cases, curate data around it, and then work, because we cannot solve it for all. I can't say that I'm doing AI in every aspect. In oncology space, where we had at least 20 types of oncology and 10, 15 types of organs being detected or treated, we chose only one area. In total head and neck, we chose only area which was just buccal cavity, because that is where we started curating our data. It took us a lot of time to create a cohort of patients to work upon. And he alluded on clinical trials, and Pratik has been my colleague. He's sitting here quietly. We used to work together in a previous organization. But you know how difficult it is to have quality data being curated. So that is one of the biggest challenges.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Or else I think we would be good to wrap the session up. Hopefully we had some stimulating thoughts, some food for thought, as we say, some ideas to mull, and most certainly some call for action. Because end of the day, as I'm really resonating what ma'am said, Sumana ma'am, that it's us together as we make healthcare responsible, safe, and build that trust. Thank you. Thanks everyone, and thanks to all the panel members for making it interesting. Thank you once again.
Thank you, moderator and the panelists, for presenting such a very insightful session. I would request Mr. Shantanu Chatterjee to please present token of appreciation to the panelists on the dais.
I request Ms. Angana Gorai Chaudhuri, our Assistant Director General from the Bengal Chamber, to please present a memento to Mr. Shantanu Chatterjee, the co-chairperson of the Health Committee of the Bengal Chamber. I request all the panelists and the moderator for a group photograph, please.
So the next session is a special session by Mr. Vaibhav Ram, CEO of SEDV Global LLP. It is on making medicine limitless, Medolina, the intelligence that never sleeps. We are looking forward to this presentation and from Mr. Vaibhav Ram, CEO, SEDV Global LLP.
Every journey to healing begins with trust. At HP Ghosh Hospital, we listen, understand, and guide. Because care begins with clarity. From attentive nursing to personalized comfort, we ensure recovery feels reassuring and dignified. Advanced technology, experienced hands, delivering care with precision and responsibility. When seconds matter, our teams act with speed, skill, and confidence. Through accurate diagnosis and specialized treatment, we provide the right care at the right time. Behind every recovery is a dedicated team, working together every moment. At HP Ghosh Hospital, care goes beyond medicine. Support that stays with you.
A place where hope meets healing. Welcome to Apollo Multispeciality Hospitals, Kolkata. In the heart of Eastern India, we stand as a perfect blend of advanced technology, robust infrastructure, and heartfelt hospitality. From the moment you step in, you're greeted not just by our state-of-the-art facilities, but by smiles that assure you're in safe hands. Our vision, inspired by our chairman's leadership, is to be the leading healthcare provider in Southeast Asia. A 750-bedded tertiary care facility, Apollo Multi-Speciality Hospitals, Kolkata was the first in Eastern India to earn the prestigious Joint Commission International accreditation. Whether it's the comfort of our suites or managing challenging conditions at our 293 critical care beds, with tie-ups with all major insurance companies across the world and dedicated waiting lounges, we ensure a hassle-free experience for our patients. From Indonesia to Vietnam, Myanmar to Cambodia, families across Southeast Asia trust us for our unmatched healthcare services. At Apollo, distance is no barrier to quality care. With Apollo Pro Health, a revolutionary health check program powered by expert doctors and AI, we don't just diagnose diseases, we predict and prevent them. Your health, our promise. Precision is at the core of our advanced laboratories, pathology services and blood bank. Every test, every analysis is a step closer to better outcomes for you. Precision, safety and superior patient outcomes. Our comprehensive surgical complex has made us one of the top referral centers for transplants in South and Southeast Asia. Our specialists work tirelessly as a team to deliver tailored treatments for minimal to complex conditions. The Institute of Gastrosciences and Liver at Apollo is equipped with latest technologies such as ERCP, endoscopic ultrasound and fibroscan, as well as an advanced system for scope sterilization. In urology,
Mr. Vaibhav Ram, CEO, ZV Global LLP. Ms. Ram, please.
Is it okay? But will they? Okay. It's clear. Hi everyone, I hope I'm audible till the end. Yes? The people over there in the back, am I audible? Okay, so we have got a lot of information, we have got a lot of sessions and brilliant hospitals showcasing. So let's take a moment and stop. Let's take a moment and stop because what I'm going to tell right now might actually blow everything up to another level. So let's take a moment and let's stop. Let's see that we are having key decision makers, policy makers, and also a lot of great hospitals that have been serving our country for some time. So let's take a pause. So let me just ask you one question. How many of you know that from how many years is healthcare actually there? Maybe 100 years, 200 years, even more? Since when a human knew that you can treat the other person around you, we always had healthcare. But how many of you know that compassion in healthcare actually was born from this soil that we all are here? The state of West Bengal actually had showed that compassion in healthcare is something that's very evident. This is where crores of people were treated irrespective of the financial, caste, race, religion, etc. and given quality of care when it was needed. This was the place where no person ever had visited and gone back with the disease still persisting with them. So it's great to be here. It's my first time in Kolkata and I have yet a lot to explore, but let's dive into the topic that I'm here to discuss. Medicine has been stressed and stretched extremely to an extent that medical professionals and hospitals are the ones that are being burdened with. A lot of data that is there globally, a lot of data that is there in India is fragmented. Data is in the form of papers. Data is in the form of, maybe just a handwritten note. Data is in the form of knowledge that a patient has or the knowledge that a nurse has. Systems are divided. If one person in one place has to get 3 different things done, there is nothing that is connecting. A doctor is having to run through endless paper trials. A team in a hospital is having to maintain endless paper trials in order to get something right. But when anything goes wrong, where does a patient go and blame? The doctor doesn't know enough or the hospital doesn't know to manage. But when we actually look into this is not a healthcare problem. This is a socio-economic problem. We are having hospitals across the tiers. We are having patients across the tiers. We are having different languages, different races, different castes, different religions, different biological structures, different way that we talk. And in fact, Sir from Aster had very clearly mentioned this is a very big problem. But when an issue comes up, who is at fault? A doctor doesn't know how to do the treatment or the hospital doesn't know how to manage. So that's why I was here to break that myth. I remember about a very long time back, maybe I was studying 9th class back then and I didn't know how to even spell some things very clearly. I was in the United States for a conference where, they had taken us there and I met this very keen and very, very unrested person over there. And I got to know that he was setting up a company. All of them were betting on that company. It was going to be big. I had a chance to talk to him and I asked him that, how do you see the future of technology that's there? He said, Vaibhav, the future of technology can never be replacement but assistive. You would not want a technology to come and do your job where you sit and wash your dishes and clothes at home. Rather, you would want it to wash clothes and dishes at your home where you are sitting and doing your job. That's how the technology movement needs to happen. Then I was very surprised at the take that he had, and I was actually hearing a lot of things about him that he is very, very ruthless in the way that he executes. And I came back to India, I didn't know who he was even then. And he did introduce me himself. And about 5 years later, the whole world got to know who was he. So I'm actually talking about the chief executive officer of Tesla, Elon Musk. I had met him back in the day when people didn't know him. He was a guy from PayPal who sold the company and got some money and he's investing all the company and he himself is homeless. And soon after that, I started my journey on trying to learn more things. And once I got into my engineering, I got a clear vision what I wanted to do. Then I started pushing it further. I worked with John Hopkins, one of the best in medical sciences. I worked with University of Singapore. I worked with a bunch of guys from China and a bunch of guys from Iran. And then I started realizing how bad the healthcare gaps were there in India that none of us actually realized. That's when I got to know the main issues that we had. First, in India, for every one doctor, there are about 1456 patients. That's like 456 patients more than WHO's standard guidelines calling it a stress. More than 80% of medical professionals are overworking for more than 70% of their work hours. I remember meeting a doctor who just finished like a 48-hour shift and she's not having the strength to even move her hands and legs, yet she's sitting on the clinical table to make the decisions that are needed. She's getting it right, but what about her? How much stressed is she? How much pressure is she put on? Then I have realized that in tier 2 and tier 3 towns, the situation is even more worse. You may be having one doctor for every 10,000 patients that are there. That's why there is a lot of pressure on some main medical facilities that are there. And that's when I had thought that what is the thing that a doctor wants? What is the thing that a hospital wants? First, something that can assist them in their day-to-day tasks, that's clinical understanding and giving them the intelligence that is needed. Second, something that was governed, that was responsible, and that gave the output that a doctor wants. Third, something that was interoperable, can be integrated anywhere, can be used anywhere, right from a mobile phone on the go for a doctor to being in the systems. Again, something that is clinically aware and suggestive, something that is governed and responsible, something that is very interoperable. That's governance, that's clinical use, and that's responsibility and interoperability. That is when we have built something called as Medolina. It is one of India's first and one of very few in the world that is a clinical intelligence infrastructure application that sails with hospitals and medical professionals, helps them take decisive answers and decisive things in their clinical workflows. A lot of clinical terms, I know. Right from diagnosis, prognosis, treatment planning, surgical construct, clinical trials, simulating a particular case, and also helping all the doctors in a hospital know what is happening with that patient at just the tip of your finger. So me and my team had been discussing for a while now, and we were thinking we are going to West Bengal and we are, addressing a crowd that's in the medical fraternity, and we were thinking so hard, what should we do so that all of you will actually know what we are doing, and also finally you get that sigh of relief that fine, now we have someone who is actually solving something and not just building another software to integrate into my workflow and telling my doctor that, hey, you have 48 hours of training or maybe 3 sessions and 3 weeks of training, and now the hospital spending money on that doctor's training and the doctor getting frustrated and the hospital's getting frustrated that how many tools am I having to stack up so that I can finally be independent of these software providers that are there around. So my friend and colleague Samudra, he had brought up an idea. He told Vaibhav, let's stop the talking and let's just show it to them, how it works, and then you explain it to them how it works, so that things get easy. So that's the reason, maybe you can cue the video. Let me have you see Medolina yourself. Yes, I think we can start. Medolina, one of India's first clinical contextual intelligence. This is exactly how it looks. It does diagnosis, prognosis, treatment planning, surgical planning, simulations. You can try experimental therapies on chronic illness patients and also see how the probability of that patient being right will happen. We are not a research-based tool, we are solid evidence-based tool. Every single answer that we provide is going to be with the evidence from where the data was collected, not 100%, 1000% transparency for every doctor. We have got capabilities to be able to remember, to be able to summarize, to be able to create reports that are needed and get it attested with a doctor. We personally feel healthcare without human touch is not healthcare. I myself go to hospital, even before I get a medicine, looking at the doctor, I am 80% treated. So how it works? There are 3 main modes that Medolina works. One is emergency and fast mode, one is deep clinical analysis, and the other is the autonomous mode. That's basically, it decides whether you need deep insights in this or whether you need direct answers to get the things done. When a patient visits a doctor, either the doctor enters it in a text or he ons the voice module that is there and the communication happens. A typical AI scribe that every company does. The moment that happens, the AI picks up the cues, understands what's there, gives the chief clinical complaint along with the differentials that are there and the tests are needed in the SOP standard that a hospital prescribes and gives the output. When this output comes out, you get every single thing that is needed to be considered by a doctor, and now doctor is already 50% free. He already has every single thing that he needs to know, and now he can take the decisions forward. He understands that there might be some escalation triggers, There might be some allergics, like major allergy that 90% of the population in the allergic segment is penicillin allergy. They are allergic to penicillin related medicines. Then what happens? Now a doctor can further cue it, or maybe further talk to Medolina and say, I have this patient, what am I supposed to do? Because he has taken these particular medications and I think these are the allergies that can be there. And what is needed? Now, Medolina picks up the patient history. For enterprise, this comes from the HMIS. And for individual doctors and clinics, this comes from the previous patient consults. You don't have any dashboards that you're going to click and you're going to see, but you're going to have straightforward answers from the history that is needed to be correlated. Every single thing that you need from a monitoring plan, an escalation trigger, a specific clinical symptom that is needed, along with the medicinal dosages that might have gone wrong to alert a doctor to bring him back to the path. And every single thing has evidence, as you can see in the bottom. It has links where you can click and go and see from where this particular evidence was created. So now a doctor knows that yes, Medolina is telling me the right answer irrespective of what I'm going to give. And one more very interesting capability that I would want to very clearly tell is that this is an AI that knows when to keep its mouth shut. It is not going to blab, it is not going to assume, it is not going to just hallucinate and think new things that was not provided to it. If it doesn't have sufficient amount of information, it's going to stop. And it will prompt the doctor, I know that you're dealing with a case, but I don't know what further is there in this, so could you help me with that? It also has got a very keen ability to read scans readily. MRIs, CTs, ultrasounds, X-rays, in the chronic illness case, to be able to give the output. It's very simple. Take a photo from your phone or upload a DICOM from your HMIS or directly pull the data from your PACS system and you get the report that's generated out there. What the particular disease is, what the isolation is, where it is, how bad it is, and it gives the output. Yes, there are a lot of providers, Vaibhav, that give me radiological reports, but has any provider ever historically correlated with that particular patient case and given you the output that is needed? No. You get reports from 10 different pays, and now this is when a doctor has to put a lot of clinical thinking into. The moment a report is put, the moment a report is generated, you get an output along with the clinical correlations that are needed for that particular patient. Hey Vaibhav, 6 months back, this patient has come with an symptom that he fell unconscious one day and he had vertigos. 6 months later, I'm able to see that the scan is having some abnormalities. What can this be? Signs of early stage of dementia or Parkinson's, or the person is having any other symptom that is needed with respect to seizures or anything else as such. And it keeps tracking. In women care, there is a capability that is women below the age of 40 years getting diagnosed with breast cancer is the most hardest medical case that you can deal with, because you're not allowed to do mammography. You're just allowed to do ultrasounds, and if that evolves, that's when biopsies. That's why more than 60% of women cases in women care are missed. Now what we say, if that person has visited us continuously, the AI understands it and then does a correlation and predicts. Maybe in the next 2 years, based on the evidence, there are chances of her to develop this. So maybe some lifestyle changes is what we need to get the output that is right. We have got a very, very interesting feature, and that's called the intent bar. As you can see over here, the intent bar is to give a doctor a context of that case on what particular department are we dealing with, what urgency level are we dealing with, and what is the summarization of the case that is happening throughout. So that when you enter a chat, you don't need to scroll to the top and then read the whole chat till the bottom and see what's there. And the same thing gets upgraded in HMIS too. Automatically the intent with ICD, SONMET and coding, it gets pushed into the HMIS where a doctor can be seeing. Alongside that, when I say simulations, you might be like, Vaibhav, what do you mean by simulation? I have a patient with 75 years old who is diagnosed with lung cancer, but I'm able to see further progression which is very aggressive, and I'm not able to see that the chemotherapy is working anymore. What can I do? Then the AI brings in all the cases that we have from our database with the particular treatment plans that were done and then shows it to a doctor. And it says, if you're okay, let me just run a simulation through all the medical parameters are there and give you an output what might work, as chemotherapy is not working. Now, our doctor can get every single thing that he wants to try that particular treatment on that patient. And as you can see over here, you can always back your chats, you can always back up the clinical information, you can generate customizable reports, and you can also go to such extent of saying, hey, I have a patient, he's going through dialysis. I have put the drip rate to this particular, maybe grams per second or milliliters per second. Now, can you monitor what can happen further? And we say, okay, maybe these are the iterations you're supposed to do to get things out. Alongside that, we have something very, very interesting. That is, when we go to an enterprise stage, we directly become the UI on top of their HMIS. That basically means you don't have 10 softwares to deal with, you have one place where everything gets dealt. And that is a place where you can just chat and communicate with the HMIS to pull the data, to push the data, to summarize the data, to code the data. And also, if that patient is referred to another hospital, you can also share that data with patient and doctor consent to that other hospital, where you get readily medical records with the history for that particular patient. We integrate with Ayushman Bharat very easily. We have our own universal healthcare interface so that if a person even goes to international borders, it follows HIPAA compliance and you can always track the case what is happening with patient consent. Now, when I said that Medolina has memory, how does it work? You're just normally dealing with a case and suddenly Medolina remembers this patient has visited previously. And it identifies the intricacies. Maybe there might be 5 patients with the same details. Then it starts to ask the doctor, is this the patient you're talking about? Has he visited before? I can see very clearly he has visited before. And once that is cleared, you get the dashboard on the side. Every single chief clinical complaint of that patient, along with the medications that were given. And if it is the same disease, it can even show the progression graph of how the disease is progressing, along with the number of reports that we have generated, number of scans that were done, and the analysis that were completed. When this comes to tier 2 and tier 3, this becomes the HMIS for that small clinic that has got no digital data backing. And it's getting operated from the phone or from a normal laptop where internet works. And in the next 6 months, my colleague Samudra is already on the way to make this offline. You can get this into emergency units in tribal areas. You can get this into many, many units across the globe which don't have internet connectivity. I personally am a very big believer of sustainable healthcare, equitable healthcare, and long-lasting healthcare. So every single report that we generate and every single medical query that we deal with, we show that you have saved this much amount of energy, this much amount of data, this much amount of carbon footprint, this is the number of carbon credits you have saved from buying, and this is the amount of hours that you have saved from getting this through. When we went with this particular proposal to the government of Telangana, they were very, very amazed with this, and we have started working with them. We are currently working with Indian School of Business, BCG, and the government of Telangana to deploy this solution across the state, to show that what a state with AI can actually do. We don't want autonomous, we want augmentation. So that's why I personally believe we say Medolina makes medicine limitless. Medolina makes hospitals limitless, where we say medicine to infinity. So maybe you'll be like, Vaibhav, we would want to hear a case. So let me put that forward. There was a woman who was 65 years old, suffering from symptoms like swollen face, lack of appetite, gaining a lot of weight, night sweats, and all of this. If a typical medical professional sees, the first symptom starts up with chronic care, maybe oncology related symptoms, because all of these match, all of these tick the box. 7 months of her running around different medical hospitals and medical professionals and clinics, and everyone says that Some of them say this is, something related to blood cancer. Some of them say, this is maybe sickle cell anemia because her body is continuously swelling and tenderness, and etc. 6 months, I'm quoting the term, 6 months of running around. And she met me in Hyderabad, and I told, why don't you go to this clinic that deals with us? Because I can't make any clinical judgments. She goes over there, 35 minutes down the lane, we get to know she's having an immunosuppressive disease called Behçet's disease. Why? Because one particular medical facility forgot to consider the parameters for immunosuppressive disease. This was not an error. This was something that was not being able to catch because of the pressure that they were put into. In similar, there was a 10-year-old child who was basically suffering from symptoms of, continuous stomach pain, indigestion. She was suffering from symptoms of continuous cough, fever, etc. Now the analysis had started from, things like, okay, is this something related to gastro? Is this something related to this? And the differentials were happening. I met her in a medical camp in Andhra Pradesh, where I had told her to refer to one of the medical facilities we have. And you know what was it? It was a genetic issue. Every second generation daughter that they gave birth to had this issue, because of which this was getting triggered. It was a pure genetic issue. It was not a disease, but it was the way that their genotypes were designed throughout the generations. So things like these will come into scope for medical professionals way easily than them having a team and things working. Now maybe because we have a lot of healthcare operators, let's talk in terms of ROIs. Let's talk in terms of how the healthcare output is going to be. Double down in CAPEX, lesser OPEX, faster operational speed, lesser amount of time to deal with a patient, higher amount of time to get the clinical judgments, reducing the number of ground staff who are just there to write down or print things or get a stamp done, increasing the number of doctor working hours with efficiency, and increasing the number of appointments that a doctor can take. I know a lot of doctors are going to look at me telling that, Vaibhav, we are thinking to reduce the number of appointments. No, you are definitely thinking to reduce the burden that you have got and the pressure that you are having to deal with. But you being a medical professional, your main motto to get into this thing was to help more and more people, and we are here to help you in that. When it comes to an individual practitioner, what is it? Vaibhav, what is it that we are going to deal with? I would very particularly say, you are having the power from a tier 3 medical facility to a tier 1 multi-speciality hospital to give the equity of care or the equity of intelligence that you can find in Mayo Clinic in the United States, because they call it the golden benchmark. And that's a promise that we always keep. We have data of more than 1.5 million cases across the globe. So that's why when Sir brought in ethnicity and race, we have data from US, we have data from London, we have data from Africa, we have data from Singapore, and we have data from India. And the AI is so unbiased that 0.5% and less than that is the biasness ratio that we have got on testing on these many patients. And on top of that, hallucination is something that everyone is scared of. Hallucination is something that everyone gets pissed off. What if I say we have treated or we have analyzed more than 15,000 plus cases and the hallucination percentage was less than 0.3. Why? Because it's heavily guardrailed. It's heavily decisive that if you don't know, just keep your mouth shut. You don't need to give the answers to a doctor because he's already frustrated in the answers that you're giving. We are DPDP adherent because the compliance is going to start from 2026. We have got HIPAA, we have got SOC 2, we have even got CIDSCO, the medical device license. 90% of India doesn't know that digital infrastructure that intervenes into a doctor's decision needs software as a medical device certification. We are ahead of that curve too. And the main reason why we have come to West Bengal is because of the amount of affection that we have got from BCCI, and especially Sarvani and team, the way they have encouraged us. And also it is the birthplace of my colleague and the head of artificial intelligence, Samudra, and he has continuously told me that, Vaibhav, let's go to West Bengal. There is brilliant infrastructure, but there are a lot more people to treat. And that's why we are here. and we officially start our operations in the West Bengal segment 2, where our software will be released for medical professionals to use. And we have already got more than 1,000 plus medical professionals across the globe who want the access for the software. And now when I say access, you might think, Vaibhav, is this a pre-launch event? No, we just don't give the software to anyone and anywhere. Because we want people who actually know how things work, who actually are already adherent to things that are going on, and hospitals and medical professionals who are properly licensed and properly having the guidelines in place to get the software. We have got doctors from Cleveland, we have got doctors from Harvard, we have got doctors from Johns Hopkins, we have got doctors from Boward Health, we have got doctors from Boston Clinic, we have got doctors from United Arab Emirates, the Emirati hospitals, we have got doctors from AIIMS, we have got doctors from other multi-speciality hospitals in India. And now, that's the end of my speech. If it was boring, I'm really sorry, but this was the most interesting thing that I could do, is that directly show you not the future of healthcare, because a lot of people are talking about the future. In 10 years, Indians' AI ecosystem is going to be this. But just a note, if you're thinking 10 years ahead, you're already slow, because 10 years is right now. So with that, I would just like to conclude what I'm saying, and looking forward to collaborate with more and more hospitals and make West Bengal more healthy and make my mother India even more healthier. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaibhav. It was really a pleasure, listening to you. I was, in fact, going across the stalls and I saw some of the taglines of your, banner, and I was really curious. And thank you for a wonderful presentation. And I would now request Ms. Dolly Bishash, Co-Chairperson, Health National Committee, the Bengal Chamber, and Chief Nursing Officer, Fortis Hospitals, Anandapur, to please present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Vaibhav Ram.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we move on to the next session, I must mention Ms. Dolly Bishash. I do not know how many of you are aware of. She has received Florence Nightingale Award from the Honorable President, and we are really honored, ma'am, that we have the opportunity to work with you, and thank you for joining us today. So the next session is on a panel discussion on making healthcare efficient with good governance and higher investments. The session would be moderated by Ms. Nisha Bhatia, Senior Director, Health Industries, PwC India. And in panel we have Ms. Dolly Bishash, Dr. Pinaki Bandyopadhyay, Medical Superintendent, HP Ghosh Hospital, Mr. Indrajit Banerjee, Group Head and Associate Vice President, Marketing, Peerless Hospital, and Dr. Joydeep Bhattacharya, Chief of Medical Services, Ruby General Hospital. So I would request the moderator, Ms. Bhatia, and the panelists to please join us on the dais.
Surgery hospitals, 38 plus years of experience and along women's healthcare. Performed more than 7.5 lakhs a year. We are proud to be trusted partner in maintaining your health.
Peerless Hospital and VK Roy Research Center is a name synonymous to trust in the healthcare domain in Eastern India. Committed to value-based management and medical ethics, the administrators focus on upgrading technology, academics and medical research. The NABL and NABH accreditations reflect the quality standards in clinical excellence, transparency, team, technology and most importantly, patient safety. Team Peerless has been and will always strive towards remaining as an extended family to its patients.
Peerless Hospital, restoring health.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Nisha Bhatia. I am a Senior Director with PwC's Health Industries practice, and it's my pleasure to moderate this session today, which actually resides at the heart of today's theme, which is making healthcare efficient with good governance and higher investments. Also, this comes in between your lunch. So I can only assure you that this is critical discussion, yet we're going to make it very interesting. With that, at PwC, my role is working with healthcare organization and helping them across strategy, governance, and digital transformation. And today, I'm delighted to be in this conversation with our leaders who are actually shaping the healthcare delivery on ground. With that, let's begin our discussion today. We all know that healthcare today is witnessing three major trends. The number one being shift towards longevity. The healthcare institutions as well as the pharma companies are focusing more on prevention rather than on treatment. The buzzword is longevity. The next big trend, and we've been hearing our earlier speaker talk about the emerging technologies, the AIs, Gen AIs, agentic AIs, robotics in providing care. And the third trend that we are seeing is about personalization in medication and anytime, anywhere care. Care is coming to the patients at their home. So with this trend, healthcare efficiency today is no longer only about infrastructure, technology, and scale. Now, what really differentiates a stronger and resilient healthcare institution is how well they are governed. And which means that how the decisions are made, how, how the accountability is decided, and how the trust, which is the important lever of governance, is being built with not just the patients, but the professionals, partners, as well as the investors. And as we see that the hospitals are increasingly adopting data-driven models, AI solutions across the care continuum, it is becoming all the more important to manage the data privacy, protection, and responsible use of technology, which becomes the central theme of governance. With that, we have also seen that across the healthcare value chain, right from the critical clinical care to nursing operations to hospital management and even patient engagement, governance acts like an invisible architecture that really determines efficiency, outcome, and sustainability. With that, let's begin our discussion today with our eminent panelists. So let's begin by, ma'am, you yourself, what is that you see on ground in terms of governance, from a nursing leadership perspective? How does good governance translate into better efficiency, consistency, and patients' outcome on the ground?
Thank you very much, ma'am, for asking these questions. We all know that in healthcare organization, nurses play a very vital role. The 65 to 70% of the employee belong to the nursing fraternity. So, calling the good governance. Now, when we talk about the good governance, definitely we understand in our healthcare organizations, if the governance is good, the laid down policies, the standard operating processes will be strong. And that standard operating processes, when it's been percolated or it's been trained by the nursing fraternity, those who are working at the bedside, as well as holding the managerial role, if they know, then only they will be able to deliver. And by doing so, the nurses will feel more engaged. They will feel that yes, they understand the process and accordingly the care to be delivered to patient. And in this way, the retention will be better in the organization, as well as the just culture which we talk about, that if there is any incidents, without any fear or without blaming the person, but understanding where the process has gone wrong and understanding, correcting, doing the root cause analysis, taking corrective and preventive actions, and so that the next time such should not happen. So this, when this governance is good, we will be able to understand and do, and this only motivates the nurses to take more accountability on the ground, especially at the bedside, those who are working, where the seniors, those who are in charge, team leader, they play a very, very vital role. From a top-down culture, when these processes are being set, it's the responsibility at the ground level, the supervisor, nursing supervisors, in charges, they must train the nurses, those who are just joined very freshly, or maybe having few years of experience at the bedside working. They must know what is the process that is being changed and what are being expected. Then only will be able to achieve patient centricity in the organization. So that's the way I must say the self-governance play, a good self-governance
And just to extend your thought, how does the standardized care, because compassion is a very important element when we are delivering care. So when we are achieving standardization with help of governance, how does we still, don't lose on compassion?
So, it is if you talk about the compassions, when a nurse, she passed out from an organization, joins in the clinical area, when she is witnessed that her in charge, her team leader is providing care to patients scientifically, communicating, understanding the patient need, and delivering the care at the bedside. And so the same culture will be learned by the fresher nurses, those who are posted in that particular area, be it a ward, be it a critical care or an operation theatre. So when she will be witnessing their seniors are doing, so obviously they will understand, yes, this is the way how I need to communicate, I need to connect with the patient, and I need to deliver the care. So and she will have such kind of accountability or such kind of confidence in their mind. And that's the way the compassion comes, the empathetic way of understanding the patient when they see their seniors are doing so.
Absolutely, that definitely makes a lot of sense. Mr. Joydeep, I would just like to add and understand more from, from your experience, where you have seen, in your area of work, governance framework directly improving patients' outcome or workforce efficiency.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone, BCCI, for getting me here as a panelist and such an august audience, and I've heard in AI and everything, and so enlightening. Thank you very much for getting me here. Look, this is a vast subject, clinical governance, and I just love to talk about clinical governance, any governance, I'll just get a little prelude to that. A governance, clinical governance starts with a vision. If you do not have a vision in life, you cannot do any clinical governance. Standardized cares, patient care, everything depends on the vision. So if I have a vision in life that this is what I want to do for this hospital. By the way, I am a clinician myself. I have been an ENT surgeon, 15 years I did practice. I came to clinical governance because I love the governance side of things, not just for the sake of it, but for treating my patients and thinking that this patient is one of my own. Unless we have this, let us not talk about governance, because governance doesn't work. It is not a thing where you are just saying that I do governance for standardized practice, for this and that. Once that vision is locked, everything else falls into place. Then the decision making, right? How do you put the governance in place? And biggest stakeholder in governance is the workforce, the people, the staff, the nurses, the clinicians, the paramedics. These are the people who are your main stakeholders. If you have driven that vision of governance to them, and that's a huge statement, not just for putting posters and stuff like that, then only that dream gets fulfilled. So your question when you ask that governance, how does it percolate? Name anything. He spoke about AI, EMR. What is this? These are all the things that we are thinking that if I put these things into practice for that workforce, for that sect of people, for the patients and the people who are coming, and mind you, in hospital they don't come for fun. They never come for fun, and that is the vision. If we do not have, nothing would work. I'm 33 years in this business. I've worked in New Zealand for 16 years. I worked in Medica. Dr. Alok Roy, sir, if he's here, I worked with him. He was one of my pioneers who had shown me the dream that we can work in India. Now I'm working in Narayana. I worked for 9 years. Now I'm working for Ruby Hospital. It doesn't matter where you work. The dream is there that I am doing work for them. So if you ask me that how did it percolate, ask me where it did not percolate.
Yeah. Where are the gaps that you're seeing currently?
So the gaps in terms of governance where I have seen is, first of all, like I said, that if I am to, suppose a patient has come to my hospital in the OPD, right? And I make him sit, and the doctor did not come in the chamber for 45 minutes. Is that a good clinical governance? I don't think that's what it is. So you have to have a waiting time, right? You have to start something so that doctor comes on time, the patient is seen by doctor on time, and we have seen the patient, the satisfaction of the patient is good. He thinks, yes, I have been looked into. And one of the stumbling blocks is what you have said in terms of EMR. You know, a lot of times when I first started EMR, they used to say, would you look at the patient when you are doing typing in? And that was a big question, that are you typing in or looking at me and putting a stethoscope on my chest? So that is how the gaps were. And that's where, you know, dictaphone typing came in and all those kind of things came in. And that's where AI, EMR has given a frog leap to this whole momentum of patient care.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the technology has definitely brought in a lot of efficiency in the way we have been managing care. Now let's move to you, Dr. Pinaki. In your experience, where have you seen that the governance most clearly influences clinical efficiency and decision making? If you could cite some examples.
Thank you very much. Thing is that if we want to talk about the clinical efficiency does not restrict only to doctors and patients and its outcome. It is almost a holistic team approach that we have to proceed. As Madam already said before, the nursing compassion and other things in about. And if you consider the team, it starts from the doctors, ends with nursing staffs and the non-medical staffs all in the hospital. Because every touch point in the hospital is important to improve the clinical efficiency. As Sir has already said, the waiting for the doctors is obviously some patients is come with a problem is there, and we need to revisit again the patients. We have to need to treat the patients again. And the patient needs to have a earlier attention for the clinical treatment. Obviously, if the patient got the earlier attention, the patient can be much more in better stage if we attended after 45 minutes and 46 minutes. Problem in our country is that idea and awareness regarding the healthcare and the problem which need to be addressed, which no need to be addressed, is very poor. Yes, it is better than before, but right now, still it is poor. And in case of clinical efficiency, that's the governance program in case of patients who are admitted with us. So the thing is that 2 to 3 things is very much required. So idea of a patients to get cured in a hospital, not to stay for a long time. So obviously the same idea should be considered by the healthcare provider also. And for that, we have to adopt 2 things and some things very clinical talents, studying from doctors, consultants, and nursing staff, whoever is working, is clinical talents, and that has to be very precious, that we have to choose the very good clinical talents for that. And efficiency, and we'll add on with efficiency that the digitalization of the things. I can example one or 2 things over here.
Sure.
So these things, that now technology has advanced in so many places, in so many ways, and previously when we used to treat infected patients, we have to wait for so many days and so many times, 7 days, 8 days time to get the culture. But thing is, other things is that, and 70 to the valuable 7 to 8 days of his life went, and after that the outcome is very poor things. And now the time has come when we could reach the treatment point, we can identify the causative agents so early, you can treat it in the day, within 24 hours. So advanced digitalizations, advanced technology helping out. So I was hearing out this Medulina is very good. If I have not seen it the first time, you are hearing about it. So if it can also help us in understanding the facts, so understanding the doctors, so to work with, also the nursing staff as well. So, and to guide this, all the efficiency of the clinical system, we have so much programs in place. So these programs we call accreditations programs. This nursing is having dedicated nursing excellence, and doctors hospital as well. Previously we used to have these excellence awards, but didn't have a monitoring system. Now this accrediting body started monitoring system. In every quarter you have to submit this data, these things and that.
More accountability.
So these are step of governance with good clinical knowledge and good clinical talents, and also obviously advanced technology. We can reach to an extent the patient can be benefited. Our idea is to keep the stay low, and give the patient outcome most affordable benefit.
And would you like to highlight that in your experience where you have seen that, governance unintentionally can also slow down clinical process?
Unintentionally?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So see, things governance, if you can say the unintentionally is the governance getting slow. So right now the one thing is coming in my mind, see, is there for transplant, if you go for kidney transplant, the things. So if it is not, if somebody is doing the unrelated transplant, something is out of lava and affections as per Indian Transplant Act, Organ Transplant Act. So lava and affection anyone can donate, and that needs and state sanction. The state sanction is almost the governance. They judge it, they check the backgrounds. Is a huge panel over there who sits and discusses the patient relatives as well as the donor to stop and unfair trade practice. But it takes huge bureaucratic time. So that is a queue is also there. So many hospitals are applying for it, and they have time. And this type of governance framework to judge and framing things ultimately is delayed in sanctions and other things. And that's why the patient who is waiting for the transplant to get rid of this disease process is waited, and something can happen also for that. So this type of governance things is required, very much required, but these things unintentionally slows down. So which can be corrected if the state systems or state machinery works better way.
Absolutely. Now, thank you for highlighting the gaps. Mr. Banerjee, let's move on to you and understand from your hospital management standpoint and in your area of experience, how does governance shape operational efficiencies and patient trust? Because trust being the important lever.
So, operation. First of all, thank you for this important question, and good afternoon all the healthcare professionals present here. Operational efficiency and patient trust. So these are all related with the good governance, definitely. And good governance from the view of management point of view or management lens, this is somehow like brings clarity, consistency and control over the system. So management can take this good governance as a tool like a strategical watchtower to control, see the entire system. So it's not about just clinical or administrative, it's a completely foundations of the future Indian healthcare system. So good governance is very required. So we can take the examples of the good corporate hospitals, how they are scale up their hospitals, their standalone unit, their other unit, their expansion to the other cities. These are all depends on the good governance. Because when a single stand-alone unit is there, this hospital or a unit is running a very good condition or very well stable, everything is, the financials, the economics are very good. Reason is that the presence of the leadership is there. But when, Absolutely. Yeah. So the presence of leadership is there, but when the organization is scale up from 100 bed to 300 bed or one unit to another unit or expansion to the different cities, so it's not possible for the leadership to present everywhere. So in that case, a good governance is there. Governance means a protocol, a SOP, which will be uniform to the entire unit, entire system or entire hospitals. So when there is a operational efficiency, definitely there is a good outcomes. So when there is a good outcome, there is a trust. And when there is trust, there is a revenue stability, and which is most important for a healthcare system right now. So it's not like that governance is visible everywhere in the hospital or in the hospital lobby. So it felt when our patient move in our hospital, inside the hospital confidently, and this is entirely depend upon the good governance. And it felt when there is a admission, not only admission, smooth admission. When they have a good billing, so it's not a good billing or good discharge, it's a safe discharge. And when all those things filled by the patient, so this will bring the trust. So this is the totally operational efficiency to the trust of the patient. And this is the base and foundation of healthcare right now.
No, absolutely. Governance clearly touches each and every layer of hospital functions, and you clearly highlighted that it also plays a role in enabling expansion and in your future partnerships and funding discussions. Would you like to highlight, what governance capabilities is, like pinpointing or something, and citing as an example, which ones become most critical to manage complexities and reputation? I just want to extend your thought.
Reputation totally depends upon the trust of the hospital, which is not built in a single day, but in a single moment of time we can lost our trust. If anything bad happen with the patient, the experience is bad, then there will be a loss of the trust. So how we maintain the trust, how we maintain the reputation of the organization is totally depend upon the ACPs, the protocol that is called the good governance. So in terms of investors or the partners, when anyone is looking for any kind of partnership or any collaborations, normally they are not asking the how many number of beds you have, how many number of consultants you have, and what kind of equipments you have. Now everywhere the outcomes are almost at the same. Everywhere the skill-based, evidence-based medical practices are there. The quality of equipments, beds, the skill, the training programs, almost every hospitals are followed, and there is a protocol according to NABH and other accreditations are there. So the most important, the investor or outsider, whenever as a corporate hospitals, when we are looking for some collaboration with the district hospitals or district player, we are normally asking, never ask about the number of bed size. We are asking about the protocols, the systems, what is your mitigation plan, what is your other SOPs to maintain the hospitals, departmental protocols, the programs, clinical programs. So these are the questions, and normally people are looking for this first. Or if they are not comply with all those things, examples are there. Past lots of single standalone hospitals, they are performing very well when they are performing standalone. But once they are trying to scale up their organizations, they fail. Sure. Why they are fail? Because they fail to replicate their system. And why they are fail to replicate their system? Because they won't follow the same protocol to the different locations. So these things are very important to comply operations, to comply with the requirement of the investors, because investors are not looking, absolutely not every time looking for the size. They are looking for the quality. Right. So whatever the amount they invest, they funding to that organization, how they can utilize. Maximum. So increasing the bed size, bringing good infrastructure, bringing a good consultant, everything's are there, everything's are placed on there. But if we haven't a good compliance or protocols or governance, this will be a disaster.
No, absolutely. So good governance is definitely an enabler of higher, sustainable, long-term investments, and you've clearly highlighted the signals that investors are looking for, not just the beds, but the quality, the protocols, the systems. So that is becoming more and more important as we seek for high investment and as we look at
good governance is like a safeguard of the fund, the investments. So we can take that a single note like that.
That's brilliantly put. So I think with that, you've already highlighted the signals now. Would you like to, Joydeep sir, if I would just move on to you, how do we identify, at what maturity, or how does the governance maturity, influence investor confidence and partnerships and long-term funding? So
yeah, look, like he said, is absolutely spot on. I can speak from clinical governance point of view. When we say, for example, have a talk with some other hospitals, tie-ups or anything, what they ask for is how you're matured. Like, for example, from my side, if I say, what's your mortality rate? Okay. Now, this question, when you ask, most of the hospitals, I can tell you one thing that we are imbibing slowly. If I ask you, what's your mortality rate to any hospital? Trust me, first they will say, let me hide it under the carpet. We do not want to say what exactly our mortality rate is for various reasons. Trust me, this is not just one hospital, because they will think, hang on, my mortality rate is so high. They will just speak and say that your mortality. But trust me, mortality meeting when we conduct, when you say maturity of an organization, 10 years back when we used to say we were not standardized care, like he was saying. But now standardized care protocols if one hospital has, if you follow that to a T, with the aid of algorithms and everything, you do not have to hide anything. Everything will come up. As the maturity grows, you add more clinical protocols, more algorithms, more evidence-based studies. Obviously, your mortality rate starts to go down, and that's the real thing that is coming down. You do not have to hide anything. Infection rate, you have, if I ask you someone, what is your VAP rate in your hospital? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Fantastic. Trust me, I have done JCI, and JCI people come, they don't ask you what is your rate. They do tracer for the near misses, and they dig out the foil, they will look into each process, and they will pick where you missed or you tried to cover up, or knowingly or unknowingly, right? So that's what I say, that people who have done JCI is a step up. No offense to NABH. Now 6th edition of NABH, if you see, very much like a JCI-ish kind of an thing that is there coming up. Like again I first said, if your vision is to really go for patient care, real, other things get redundant because they become imbibed in your system to improve. Your system matures. So acceptance, thinking about what the world standard is, and real problems if you look into and try to mitigate rather than going into noises and stuff, is when the system matures. And outsiders, insurers, or other people coming in, they respect that. They look into those kind of evidence, and that's how hospitals mature.
No,
Thank you.
absolutely. So, we are trying to say that weak governance is definitely becoming an constraint, growth constraint, increasingly becoming a growth constraint. So, and as we've seen that as, hospitals scale up, and they have, increase in investments, the complexity also grows and governance becomes all the more critical. Now, we've seen that, how tech has enabled healthcare today with the growing digital tools and AI solutions across the care continuum. So, ma'am, how, in your experience, would you like to highlight some digital initiatives where, you have seen it has improved efficiencies in your...
So the first thing which comes to my mind now, as per the questions, that the robotic surgeries. When like we are doing robotic cases, we have seen that while doctors are preferring more now to go ahead with the robotics, and with that the patient outcome better, there is very less blood loss, pain management is much more better, patient doesn't require more and more analgesics, very minimum pain, so pain score it remains around 0 to 2, not more than that. So that and the patient's average length of stay is very less. Even the first day of lab chole patient can go home by evening. So that's one of the most important thing. Another, this EMR. Now, when the EMR has come to most of the hospital, and many are using for long period of time, it's OP or IP areas. So that is also, saving lots of time. And moreover, the datas are there. Once you just click the computer, you can get the entire detail about the patient, which is also enabling the nurses for better understanding of the patient's details. Again and again, there is no need of asking. Even the patient's file goes to MRD, the nurses can click the computer and understand if patient comes back. to us, readmit. So that's very easy way of, this digital health which are adopting by the hospital and to understand the patient processes. Coming to the, we focus on very much the antimicrobial stewardship program. Nurses play a great role in it. If nurses are empowered, if clinical governance is very strong, nurses will be empowered always to the to understand from the clinician if there is a restricted antibiotic is written, why the doctor has prescribed that. The justification form needs to be filled up. Whether you go ahead with the digital filling of the forms, but the nurse must know why this restricted antibiotic is being prescribed. So that if the justification, if clinician is at that very moment is not written, they will intimate to the pharmacy, that the pharmacy will understand and may not dispatch till the justification is given, because we are aware, most of us are aware that maybe if the justification is not being done and randomly the antibiotic is used, maybe by 2050 we will not have anything to treat the patient. So that's the era is going to come. So that's why it's very important for the nurses to have their mind full, cooperations, and as well as the clinician also cooperate. And if we have a very good clinical governance, nursing governance, then only we'll be able to achieve. So that is what which I would like to highlight, and that digital health brings lots of
absolutely
help us, enable us to go ahead with this.
So digital brings a lot of efficiency
Very
and also
much, very
improves
much
patient trust.
efficiency.
But with
Yes.
that comes a lot of risk. Now, Dr.
Absolutely.
Pitaki, you would like to answer, what are the risk part, in terms of data privacy, who takes the accountability? Who owns the accountability for data privacy and all the risk which comes out of these digital initiatives?
See, data privacy in hospital, actually the primary heading comes on a bucket of the confidentiality. But if we talk about the clinical data. So, if you say who takes responsibility in particularly pertaining to this topic and to the pinpointing the person or departments, yes, is primary custodian is information technology, and so obviously it's going to be associated with other disciplines as well as, but as a whole hospital, as any individual, as a hospital is responsible to take care of the data or the things. So data protections breach happens. That is not happening. See, when we start tying up, doing the interfaces with the other softwares, and they are also getting the interface and access to our software.
Right.
So one thing is that, so I can make you understand, it's very much used, even it is actually using, this uses happens in almost every hospital. When we talk about the PACS, we don't have a centralized PAC. There are no hospitals generating its own PACs. But we are transmitting data through PACs to doctors, and we're transmitting data to everywhere else. If the authority, the vendor, actually who manages these PACs from behind, if they want to breach the data, they can anytime breach the data.
Yeah.
So that part is hospital has to be some good governance, legality has to be imposed, because country has laws and we have to take these laws in place.
Absolutely. And we're seeing a lot of work is happening in this area where we're trying to ensure.
DPDP is something.
Yes,
DPDP
absolutely.
Something is very. Somebody mentioned before.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is what is happening. To protect the data. And definitely, it will balance speed of innovation with safety and responsibility, and everybody owns today in the organization. Accountability resides from the clinician to the leadership, and also to our
exactly
yeah,
same thing.
yeah.
Because
So
right now, I just like to mention that like now the government also wants to have an interface with each and every hospital to get the healthcare data. Thing is that there is so much interface, you will start doing it, so much risk of generating a leakage and breaching of the data will happen. So government rightly pointing out the way, rightly the digital, the era we're actually moving in.
Absolutely.
We need to have a DPDP type of laws and things to be in place.
yes, so DPDP Act is further strengthening data protection and privacy, and also ensuring that the hospitals are properly governed.
It's not about the hospital. All industry
Entire, yeah, absolutely. So I think with that, let's have a rapid fire round, ma'am, and everybody. So One question to each one of you. We'll start with you, ma'am. One governance practice that has improved efficiency in your hospital. One line, one word. Very quick.
So if you say only one line of clinical practice, that is a very strong training which helped us to develop the nurses to take up more accountability and provide care with the patients more empathetically. So continuous training and very strong induction program.
Okay, brilliant. One governance gap the healthcare leaders must urgently address.
One governance
One
gap.
governance gap that leaders must urgently address, like in a word
I
or a
would like
sentence.
to come back again regarding the renal transplant and any organ transplantations. There is a huge gaps are there because we are ignoring these gaps in different way. We are adjusting all the systems in our own way. We have to get it adjusted.
Brilliant. Sir, what about one change that would unlock higher investment in the next 12 months?
One change for?
One change in the whole governance and the way hospital is managed today.
I think, look, this is a very polemic term, bureaucracy, In hospital leadership, like I said, if you have a good vision, if you can break down that bureaucracy, and that comes down to the leadership team, if we can have a much more, and like I again bring it to you, you have investors, I had investors where they are asking for some tricky things, and they have done a study. Like I said, the VAP thing, again I'm bringing it to you. If you tell them I had zero VAP, they are not going to accept that. So I think ethical way, and transparency, if that exists at all, the best way we all can do. Now here, if you say I am this hospital, he is that hospital, that, it's not going to work. This is one team where we are trying to provide good, affordable care to the patients. 80% patients still they're improvident. If we can break that bureaucracy, inter-hospital, that kind of hush-hush kind of a thing, and bring a universal kind of a data where we proclaim, yes, this is what we can do. I think that kind of transparency will bring in more of these investors, I think. Thank you.
It's the same question for you. What is that one change that could unlock higher investments in the next 12 months?
Okay. So everywhere when there is a word investment and investor, so everyone run the organization to revenue lead strategy. So if you want to change that, we have to shift from revenue lead strategy to the volume lead strategy. If we go for the volumes, and definitely we can provide affordable healthcare to everyone, and we can say that health for all. So this is important things. If we can change this mindset, definitely will change the healthcare of India.
So I don't know what is the format of this panel discussion, if we can invite questions or we can just wrap up. Should we take questions or we'll any questions from the audience for our panelists? You have any questions or you would like to connect over lunch? Because I'm sure everybody is hungry. So with that, we can summarize and say that today's discussion really reinforces a simple but a very powerful message that efficient health systems are built by not spending more, but by governing better. And good governance builds trust amongst patients, professionals, partners, and investors, and trust improves efficiency. And trust also enables a long-term investments. So as we see that the healthcare continues to evolve, governance must move from background to boardroom, where it is used as a strategic lever for responsible care and sustainable growth. With that, let me end today's session. Sure, and we have one more concluding line.
Yeah, just one thing, make the patients your partners. Treat them as your own. That confidence from the mass is the biggest transparency that you can have. You talk about feedback from internal, take their feedback, get town hall meetings with them, see what they want. Okay, otherwise this robot program, I'll finish up, someone mentioned robots. Is robot a cheap thing? No, it's not, right? What was robot for? Advanced cancer patients, right? Now people are doing normal lab chole on robots. Is that a wrong thing? No, it's not. But now people understand, I will put few more money in for doing the robot for a better clinical outcome, even it's in a couple of lakhs more, and I've seen that for a simple lab chole, gives us the answer that yes, even with that extra money, they understand that I'm going to benefit. It's because of sheer relationship with that patient. So doctors, individuals, whoever we are in this profession, build a good relation with the patients, give them a good clinical outcome. This is the best transparency you can have, I think. That's all. Thank you.
No, with that, thank you everyone. We've beautifully summarized. Thank you everyone. Thank you each panelist, and thank you all the members for your participation, and have a good day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, the moderator and the panelists, for joining us today, and special thanks to Nisha for traveling all the way from Mumbai for today's program. I request Ms. Dolly Bishash, the Chief Nursing Officer from Fortis Hospital and co-chairperson of the National Health Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to please present mementos on behalf of the Bengal Chamber to the other panelists and the moderator. To Ms. Nisha Bhatia, Senior Director, Health Industries from PwC in India. To Dr. Jaideep Bhattacharya, Chief of Medical Services, Ruby General Hospital. To Mr. Indrajit Banerjee, Group Head and Associate Vice President Marketing from Peerless Hospital. And to Dr. Jaideep Bhattacharya, Chief of Medical Services from Ruby General Hospital. I request Mr. Shayantan Chatterjee, Partner, PwC India, to please be on the dais. To Dr. Pinaki Bandopadhyay, from Medical Superintendent from HP Ghosh Hospital. And I request Shayantan to please be on the dais to present a memento to Dolly Madam. Thank you all for joining us today. I request all the delegates to please join for lunch. And I also request the panelists and the moderator once again be on the dais for a group photograph, please. I request Shayantan to please also join. Thank you all. কেন লাঞ্চ করবেন না? এই ম্যাডাম চলে যাবে বলছে।